be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay. What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. I'm Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Do appreciate it. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Oh, creepy hoax.
Mary Santora is on the program.
What up?
And you can be, too. If you need to hit us up for anything. Easy ways to do it. You can call, if you want, 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. You can send me a text. Number's 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? You can do it there. There's a chat in there as well. With the assistance of... Okay. I had to take a second for that. Herbold Flicker Swip. Appreciate that. There was a band many years ago. Maybe they're still around. They were called Flicker Stick.
I remember them.
Remember
saw them
Flicker Stick?
from Bands on the Run.
Right, the VH1 show.
VH1 show, yeah.
Yep.
I
Well,
saw
maybe
them-
that's
I think I saw them at the
what's
Agora.
okay. Maybe that's what sprang them, because I remember when I was working alternative radio playing them. They were from Dallas. I remember that, and I think that they came through one time and did a little thing. But maybe that's where they were from.
I can't remember because the Agora used to do shows in the ballroom, and I think I saw them in the ballroom, or it was Soul Cracker. But I remember going to see two of the bands from that show.
Okay.
One of them was at what is now the Foundry, but at that time it was called the Blind Lemon.
Oh, the Blind Lemon. Okay.
Yeah.
April to July 2001. Bands on the Run. Right, I forgot about that.
I enjoyed that show.
Flicker Stick from Dallas. There was a chick band called Harlow. Who was the one you saw? Soul Cracker?
Soul Cracker and Flicker Stick. I saw both those ones.
Okay. Boy, I wonder what happened to all those bands. Soul Cracker from San Diego, where if you've ever been there, it is nothing but crackers. So that makes sense. They were just trying to put a little twist on it, a little English on it, like my bowling ball. Did I mention we went bowling on Saturday?
You did not.
They're closing down the Bay Lanes. You know, we live out in Bay Village, Ohio, and they're closing down the Bay Lanes after like 76 years or something like that. They're putting in another one of those Fakakta golf simulators. And so it's one of those places where it's fun, and the people who are currently running it are the ones who've been running it for like maybe the last 15 years. And, you know, we go bowling so infrequently, then it is fun. We did it as kind of a Mother's Day Eve thing. My brother-in-law was in town, and my mother-in-law, so we all go bowling. And literally our 8-year-old child is like beating us, and she's just doing like the ball on the floor and rolling it down the lane. And I don't know how she's beating us, but there might be something to that if you ever see kids do that. Because sometimes when kids will bowl, they'll opt for that little roller coaster rail that you can pull out there, right? Where they put it on top and then it rolls it straight down. And my daughter didn't want anything to do with that, so she just put it on the ground and then like manually, pushed it and rolled it. But it was going so slow that it would essentially steamroll over. She just had an immense amount of luck. And, I'm a left-hander, but I bowl right-handed. But as a result, the way I bowl is and there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's more of a problem than anything else, is when I release, like my hand kind of twists. So I'm always putting some English on it. So I have to, but once I get locked in, I'm like, I'm going to have this all sewn up and I'm going to kill it.
What was your score?
I don't think I broke 100. I mean, literally, Gwen and Nora both had 105. I'm like, this kid is just rolling the ball down the lane, and it's knocking pins over, and here I am, trying to Ernie McCracken the thing, and, down a couple lanes down, it's league night. And so they're just murdering down there, But it's fun. Bowling is one of those things I do like a couple of times a year. We did a show bowling thing some years ago.
Yeah, that was very fun.
That was a lot of fun. Insane in the Lanes or something. And it was a lot of fun. I don't know that we've done it again. Did it a couple times. And so it's like because you can have a beer and have some fun and, it's a good time. Oh, we're right down the street here from that stupid place. What's that called? 10-pin? What's the
Corner Alley.
Corner Alley.
There you go.
I should go down there on like a lunch break or something.
I went bowling last week. We're supposed to go again tonight.
Yeah. But you grew up bowling.
I grew up bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah. My dad, we would go, I'd say, at least 3 times a month. We tried to go every week, once at one point over the weekend, usually on a Saturday or Sunday, because the one in Berea had all you can bowl from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sundays. So we would usually do that after church. But yeah, last week I went, and it was great. A lot of people are kind of what you're describing, where they're just there having fun, 40, 50, whatever. It's just a hangout.
You're getting serious?
And then, well, no, I'm not getting serious. The 2 people who, put it all together are very good. Like, the one guy got a 205. His girlfriend got a 199. Like, they were just killing it. And then I was probably the next best person there, and I got a 127 on the first game and, a 118 or something like that on the second
Pretty
game.
good.
Yeah, so not
all I know
crazy,
is that 300 is a perfect game. I don't know what a good score is.
I think if you average 200, you're doing pretty good.
Okay.
200's for someone who's not in a league, 200 is an unreal, like a passive bowler.
Yeah.
I think anything over 150 is wow, you're killing it.
Yeah.
That's just like someone who's going bowling a couple times a year.
Well, because I was talking to my brother-in-law, and he was dating this girl for a minute who was like a semi-professional bowler or something like that. So he's like, she couldn't
They're
have
all
fun.
Semi-professional bowlers. You can't just be a bowler.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what that means. She was getting paid for, I don't know what that means. I'm a little unclear on what semi-professional means. But he was like, she couldn't casually bowl. If we were going out with friends, by her own admission, she's like, I don't want to do that because I get so ungodly competitive that I won't have fun. And you guys absolutely won't have fun.
I get annoyed when people aren't taking their turn. That is something that bothers me. When you're bowling with 5 people per lane, I'm like, just pay attention.
Especially since you see the order, know when you're coming. Go get a beer when it's you're 2 rounds away.
They'll be up next and then go outside to smoke. And I'm like, somebody bowl for them. I'm not sitting here for 20 minutes while that person has a cigarette outside. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Well, it's a very leisurely sport, and some people take that to the nth degree.
Too much.
I want to bowl.
Yeah,
I'm there to bowl.
I'm there to bowl too. Yeah. I rented the shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Woody.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
How's your day, brother?
I had to assume that Woody would check in on the bowling topic.
It's so funny because I was just on the lanes last Wednesday. Me and my girl went on a Wednesday afternoon special. And, it's relatively super cheap in the afternoon in the middle of the week, right?
Woody, you strike me as a guy who bowls like a 190 or something.
You're way, way off. I'm left-handed like you, and she pretty much knocks my D in the dirt with her bowling skills. But,
puts his D in the dirt. Wow, like the Jay Giles band used to do. I got you.
But yeah, my question is I'm left-handed, and I'm semi-retired. You know that, and.
Retired, Bill, not the R word. He said he's semi-retired. No.
Yes. But also.
Yeah, funny. but my question is serious. Is I bowled 3 games with her, and I'm left-handed, so my right hamstring, I felt like it was just in flames. I don't know if you exercise or not, but after bowling and having a couple beers in the afternoon, my opposite of my bowling hamstring was just destroyed.
No, nothing on me hurt the day after bowling. Again, I'm left-handed, but I bowl right-handed, so I don't know what that means or what that does. But no, nothing on me hurt after bowling, Woody.
So yeah, obviously in better shape than I am.
I think that's fair to say.
Huh.
I've never had
Hi,
I've
Gary.
never had my D knocked in the dirt, if that counts for anything. But right, okay. Thank you, Woody. I've got to go to a break here. I got more money for you coming up at 2:30. Listen for that next keyword to get yourself $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
out there. Eddy Road at Gray Avenue, Opportunity Corridor at East 55th, and construction delays, Route 422 west before I-271. That's taking out the right lane, has you slow from Harper. See a crash? Give us a call, 216-986-8888. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus. Batteries Plus offers a wide array of battery and lighting solutions, along with key fob programming and expert phone repair, with locally owned stores in your neighborhood as well as commercial accounts to power your business. Power on with Batteries Plus. Visit one of their 700 plus locations today.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Alt 2K. A commercial-free look back to alternative from the 2000s. It just takes some time, little girl. With Foo Fighters, Weezer, Linkin Park, Green Day, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Alt 2K, and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio. The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
I got money for you coming up. Another chance to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. So listen for all these keywords. You get about 30 past. If I'm on time, that's when you get them. If I'm not, dealer's choice. So about 10 minutes from now, I'll have another $1,000 for you. Hey, Tom, what's going on?
Not too much. How are you doing, Alan?
Hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I just had a question. I'm kind of a computer nerd, and I'm a bit of a...
Continue.
I like radio history and all that, but I've never really understood how modern computing is coming into radio. If at some point, if you could take like 2 minutes and just, go through like how your board works and what you're doing on the computer there.
Oh yeah. Well, how the board works. Well, I'm not an engineer, right, Tom? I'm merely the operator of the machine. I will say, do you know production boards at all, Tom?
Not at all, no.
Oh, not at all. Well, then what will my information be able to illuminate for you?
When you press, I see that on the live stream, when you press a button, like what is that doing? And when you slide the slider up, I assume that's pushing the volume up. If you could just go through that, and I also see it on the computer screen sometimes that you're doing things. And I
got a whole lot of things going on here. Yeah. When we moved from Oak Tree, I will say this: we moved from kind of an analog setup to a digital setup. The processing and the signal has been digital for quite some time, but when we were in our old studios, we were basically using production pieces that would all plug into each other, right? So you'd have a lot of hard patches into things. And the production boards that we were upgraded with when we came down here downtown use software. The board company, the production board itself is called a Wheatstone, and so it uses a Wheatstone server, and rather than things being hard patched, what you do is you severely minimize your kind of component footprint by having the board kind of software based. So to your point, when it's called potting, the pot. When I'm potting things up and down, that's the volume. When I'm hitting buttons, that's firing off different elements that are all wired in to the program that we use to send the signals out through the air.
Well, and I also noticed that you only use like the first three from the left. Is that board meant to be for something more sophisticated?
Well,
it's using multiple channels.
I have a bunch of options, right? It's a 20-channel board, and each one of them is dedicated to a source, or I can dial up a source. Like, for instance, I can dial Mary's studio up in New York because this is all.
You should not do that. But
I'm sorry.
You should not do that.
I should. Why shouldn't? Oh, I should.
Well, he hasn't right now.
Oh.
She's.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's. I didn't have her potted up. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Oh, Tom, you were knocking Mary. Is that what you were doing?
Yes, he doesn't like me.
Oh, I see.
Just a tad.
A tad. Okay. Well, anyway, my point being is that on the tech side, it's very, very simple for me to dial up her studio wherever she is. Bill was in Pittsburgh last week. I just had to pick a source and dial it up to his studio. So I have a bunch of options here. I don't like to get too complicated for my show, so I do kind of keep it within a certain range. I'm boring everyone to tears here, Tom. You and I are the only two that might even remotely care about this. So.
Well, yeah, I just think it's very interesting.
Yeah.
But there's never a situation where you would use all 20 channels.
Never said no. I would never have 20 elements going at one time. I only have two hands. Yeah.
It's very rare that you're going to have a situation where you have 20.
Well, I mean, Alan, you have other appendages that you could use to manipulate those.
Well, my D is currently in the dirt, Tom, so I can't use that one. But no, I would never have a situation where I would need anywhere close to all 20 sources. But along the way, there's a variety of them that I will have, sources that I will have potted up or down.
Yeah. Well, and I don't want to keep you too long, but could I pose one question to Bill?
Sure.
So you control all the live stream stuff, and you manipulate the YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I have those helpers.
Is there any possibility that you could create a playlist of shows that Mary is not on?
Why
I just
do you
make
hate me so much?
I make a playlist every day.
What's the Tom? What is this?
So
what is this resistance to Mary?
I didn't mind her when I was just listening to it on the radio, but once I started watching the live stream, I don't know what it is that when she busts your balls and the faces she makes, I don't know what it is about it, but
well, then don't watch it in the live stream. Yeah,
what do you listen to it? Don't watch it.
Why are you making it more difficult for yourself? That's got nothing to do with Mary. That's got to do with you.
Of all the faces on this
Oh,
show,
well,
that's
no,
the
I
one
mean,
you're
man,
upset with.
Seriously, look at my big
life,
fat
I make
face.
it more difficult for myself.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go, Tom. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Have a good day.
Do you
man.
want to leave with a nice comment for Mary?
I think you're pretty.
I think you're pretty.
Idiot.
I was going to say, Tom, this is a way for you to say something to her that might elicit a face you like.
Just when you move back to Cleveland, I hope things work out. Well,
Are you moving back? You're not moving back. What's he talking about? Thought he knew something I didn't know.
He's being mean. When your dream eventually
I
doesn't
am not-
work
I am
out
not
and you
being
have
mean,
to
Mary.
move home,
Oh, I see.
I hope that's nice for you.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean she'd have to move back here. You can move anywhere. You move to Newark.
I am going to move.
It's right across the river.
To the airport, not even the city.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Tom. There's Tom. Who's, wow, he was going in.
Don't worry, Mary. Today I was at the grocery store and somebody waves me over and go, "Hey, are you Bill?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I got a bone to pick with you."
Oh, boy. A bone.
And he goes, my band was in the Battle of the Bands in 2015, 2016, one of the years I was skinny. And he said I was very mean to their band.
Jesus Christ, give it up. Nobody knows who your band is. If you were in the band, what's the name of the band?
I don't know.
Exactly.
The band with his ex-wife.
Oh, come on. You were mean to my band. Everybody's mean to your band.
He was being goofy about it. He was being kind of cheeky.
He's being half goofy about it. He was still mad.
He's still a little upset, yeah.
8 years. How many years is that?
That's a while.
9 years
9
later,
ago.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
Yeah.
He could have easily said, "Hey, I met you when you I was in Battle of the Bands, 2015."
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows who your
2016,
band is. That's why you're getting upset in a grocery store. Being with his ex-wife.
Thanks,
Was she
Sam.
his ex-wife at the time?
No, they were together then.
There you go.
But then
That's
we were,
why.
We were talking a little bit as we kept running into each other in the grocery store. And
He had
I was
something to
checking.
say every time.
I mean, the conversation was pretty natural. It was fine. He's a nice guy. He was just kind of goofing around.
But let me ask this before I move on here. Let me ask this because the guy might have a point. In your critique during the Battle of the Bands, did you also say, "And you got to get rid of that bitch"?
I have no idea what I even said. Like, I vaguely remember doing that, but I also remember just like trying to be funny and like trying to kind of be the, everybody else was being so nice that you had to like to just have something. I was like, all right, I'm going to be the hard judge. I'm going to be the Simon. I'm going to say, tell it like it is. Be the jerk. I don't mind being the bad guy in that situation.
It's called Battle of the Bands.
Right.
We've all hosted these over the course of our careers. I did one 1,000 years ago, and I stopped doing them because it's a lose-lose situation, right? The band that gets picked or whatever, they're happy. Everybody else is pissed.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're getting emails. Dude,
yeah,
come on, man. What do you want from me? I'm just a guy they asked to help judge these bands. I don't need you stepping up to me in the frozen foods. Tell me that you didn't like my band. What? Oh,
it was But he was very nice about it, though. He was being cheeky.
You guys should go up to somebody at the bar after a show and go, "Hey, I got a bone to pick with you."
You were not a good audience
You
member.
didn't laugh at that bit I had. I did that whole hunk on being Mormon. You didn't laugh once.
I didn't like the way you laughed at the jokes. I thought you could work on your laugh.
I'd like less of an audible snort, ma'am. I got money. It's $1,000. Just so you know, Mary, if you have to move back to Cleveland, everybody will welcome you with open arms.
Except that guy.
But I don't foresee that. Tom, who knows where he is? $1,000 right now from the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Bill was at the Cavs game last night, and it was what an exciting time. Oh, guess who else was there?
LeBron.
No.
Oh, Grandma.
Chloe Kardashian.
Yeah, Chloe Kardashian was there.
Everybody called me a dick because I go, hey, is Chloe going to be there? Everybody called me a dick. Tom called, left a message off the air.
Same Tom?
Yeah, same Tom. He's like, Alan, you're a dick. I go, okay. Sorry, Tommy.
I have a theory.
And tell Mary when she comes home she's not good looking.
Perfect.
I said, okay, that's mean, but I'll tell her.
She's better looking here than she is in New York.
Hey.
I don't even know what that means.
There's more hot people in New York. Yeah.
I was talking to somebody who is here, not from here, and is single, and he's like, I got to get the hell out of here. I have to get out of here. He's like, the women, because he was just out west, and he goes, I got to get out of here. There's just nothing going on here with the women. I go, you got to split. This is the Midwest. You got to go somewhere where they're wearing fewer clothes and the weather's nicer. And
you're looking for a wife.
They got more things going. No, he's absolutely not looking for that.
I'm saying, if you're in the Midwest.
How old is he?
Oh, yeah. If you're, huh?
How old is he?
He's young. He's younger than me.
What's the age range he's looking for?
Well, he's looking for age appropriate, but he's like.
So he's in his 40s?
He goes, the cute women you'll meet, he's like, they're with these fat gingers you like Mary likes. And you can't figure it out. This is a weird situation. Anyway.
I feel like there's very beautiful women, and, they all have some, I think there's a lot of beautiful women here.
Listen, there's beautiful women everywhere, but there's also a ratio based on where you are in the country. And nobody's like, Ohio's got the hotties. I mean, with all due respect.
Yeah, but if he goes to a place like New York or L.A., he's got to compete with hotter guys for those women.
Well, there's nothing wrong with competition.
There is if you can't win.
You don't know that he can't win. He's a good-looking dude.
How old is he?
He's probably early 40s.
Early 40s.
Yeah. So LeBron is there. Khloe Kardashian is there. The Cavs, not there, really, because they lost. And so they go back to Boston tomorrow night, where that might be it. That team is kind of hobbled, right? I mean, 109 to 102, given the fact that they missed Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen.
Yeah.
That's not bad. 109 to 102?
Yeah.
That's less than some of the blowouts that, both of them have had.
There was a specific moment where all the momentum, you just saw that the Celtics were getting the big market treatment because Jaylen Brown, while he's on the ground, tripped a Cavs player, and they just go, Nothing wrong with that. Where it should have been a flagrant foul or a technical foul or something, and the NBA is just like, nah, that's fine. Just go ahead and trip somebody when you're down on the ground like that. It's super dangerous play in basketball. It was very.
What do you mean? What
annoying.
does the market size have to do with it?
They want Boston.
Why?
In the next round, because it's a bigger market.
What's that got to do with anything?
So the refs call things.
Well, I hear
more
that.
favorably.
I hear this though from fans of the teams that are losing.
You
and I don't
see
know
it.
that it's. Well, I don't know. I don't know that
Like-
it's true. When I hear people talk about the refs want this team, it doesn't make sense.
It's not that the refs want it; it's that the NBA wants it, and so they. I mean, you. And there's also like star treatment. So certain players get more calls fouled, like more foul calls for them, and then other players don't get as many. Like Evan Mobley was getting hacked every time he went up to shoot, and they called, I think, 1 or 2 fouls the whole time. And then, anybody breathes on Jason Tatum, they're like, oh, send him to the line. He's got to shoot free throws. And that makes a huge difference in the game because you have to adjust how you're playing defense so you don't foul, so you don't get into foul trouble. So if one team can play more physical defense than the other team, they have a significant advantage. Now, yes, the Cavs did miss some shots and went cold at times, but you also have no momentum helping you with the foul calls because you have to play off the ball more. You can't play as tight a defense as they're playing on the Boston side.
But would these still be the same? Would these still be the same observations if the Cavaliers had won?
I've seen it the entire series, even when the Cavs were playing the Golden State Warriors. You would see these discrepancies.
Huh.
I have a question.
So how small of a market do you have to be in before they stop caring? Because it's not like
No,
Cleveland is
it's
Sioux
not-
City, Iowa. I mean,
right? But if you have a superstar like LeBron, that helps. But he also had to play so much at such a higher level because of the calls that they would give the Warriors back in the day.
but he also had to come here to watch postseason basketball get played.
Right. Well, I mean,
His team ain't in the postseason.
his team isn't in the postseason. But these are just things that, like, you see when you're watching the games, you're like, it seems weighted towards a team like Boston when you're playing. You didn't see these same things with Magic and Cavs. Like, it seemed like a pretty even call for both of those teams. But with the Celtics, there seems to be some bias by the NBA.
What's your question, Mary?
Okay, Bill, this is your third playoff game you've been to, correct?
Yes.
And the first one you went to, they won.
Yes.
You went with Grandma.
Yes.
And then the second one, they lost. You went with your girlfriend.
Right.
And then this one, you went with Grandma. They lost. Where were your seats in the first game?
Against the wall.
Little Mr.
Oh,
Mr.
man,
Johnny Big Balls.
she really threw her back out with that stretch.
So you think that I'm the...
is he wanted to be, look at me show off, look at my lounge seats, look at my close seats. Obviously, any real fan would want to sit close.
Up there in Yellville. I'm telling you what, you might be onto something.
That's not when we win. When
the
Bill gets an ego,
the
then
combination
the Cavs
of
lose.
I didn't get an ego. I just got
You got
better
an ego
seats.
about your seats. You got an ego about your seats. You got too good for Loudville.
All the
and
seats
then
that
the
I
Cavs
got,
lost.
all the seats that I got were given to me. So
I'm just saying.
it's not like I could have just been. I didn't
All
have
I'm saying
Loudville
is,
seats
if we're
except the one game that
trying-
I got rid of them. But
If we're trying to find a through line, you thought it was Grandma. Grandma was at the last game and she won. Well, Grandma was at this game and they lost.
so you think if I had been in Loudville the whole time,
I think if you go back to your humble roots and stop trying to
your
be,
humble roots.
stop trying to be a big man on campus, that maybe the Cavs would appreciate that.
old big man on campus.
So the combination of Bill's seats and them wanting the Celtics to win.
Yes.
That's what
I think
would put
Mary's-
a fork in the
I think
Cavaliers.
we figured out sports. I think we did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good at puzzles, okay?
Yeah.
If we're looking for, I'm good at math. Common denominator. What's the common denominator? They win when he sits in Loudville. They lose when he doesn't.
Wow. It's like watching a beautiful mind at work.
So you think if I had been sitting in Loudville last night, they would have won?
I can't speak to that. I know that you weren't sitting in Loudville the 2 times they lost. Right?
Correct.
Well, then.
Last time you were in the
if they
executive
get-
lounge.
Here's what we'll do. If they get to a game 6, if they win on Wednesday in Boston, and they have a game 6 back in Cleveland, I will sit in Loudville, and we'll see what happens.
That's all I'm saying.
All right?
That's my theory.
Or why don't we buy the cheapest tickets we can possibly get and send Bill to the game tomorrow night in Boston?
Because that's going to cost you $2,000 between airfare, a hotel.
No, we send him on
tickets to the
Amtrak.
game.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
there you
I'd have
go.
to leave yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, let's get that
Listen,
high-speed rail going.
You're a millionaire, so if you want to buy,
Yeah,
buy
right.
tickets, I'll broadcast from Boston tomorrow.
Please.
We'll do it.
Well, there ain't going to be a game 6, rather.
You're
You don't know that.
Yeah, there ain't going to be no game 7.
You know, you never know.
I hope there is. Listen, I'm glass half
You
full.
never know.
Right?
Are ya?
My team didn't even get within throwing distance of the postseason, if you pardon the pun. So I'm putting all my eggs in the Cavaliers' basket, but
Eastern Conference
They're
Finals,
pretty hobbled,
Cavaliers
man.
at Celtics. Okay, let's see what we can come up with here. It looks like there are $108 tickets. Hold on. Let's see, low to high. $108. Balcony, row 14. Your back is against the wall for $150 including fees.
All right, buy it. Send it to me.
I'm just saying.
And then how much is
No,
my plane
Alan's
ticket?
the millionaire, not me.
All right, look up my flight, too.
Flights, Cleveland to Boston. Let's see.
I need a hotel room.
Oh, no, you're going to fly home.
I'm going to fly out and fly
no,
home.
put him at like Copley Square Plaza or something.
Wednesday to Thursday. Okay, let's see. This can't be right. This says it's only $174.
This is actually looking possible.
Why can't that be right?
Because no flights are that cheap, especially one day out.
Maybe it's on. Maybe it's on Frontier.
Wednesday to Thursday.
Maybe you have to stand
done.
up the whole time. Maybe you're in steerage.
$240 or $246 nonstop on Delta. So
let's do
$246 plus $400 plus hotel. Oh, hotel in Boston's gonna be expensive as hell. Let me see. So
Well-
far we're at Oh no! Holiday in Boston, $130. We
Oh!
can make this happen for
All right.
$600.
Alan, can you cover the funny bus for me
Hell,
tomorrow?
yeah, of course I can. I'll do the Cleveland Funny Bus. It's a good time.
All right.
Bill's at the game, everybody.
Just buy all that stuff for me, Mary, and then I'm
I'm
there.
not buying anything. I'm not the millionaire, Alan is.
Oh, Alan, are you paying for this? Who's paying for it?
I don't
I
know.
heard-
This was her idea, and I'm not a millionaire. So
I'd
you're,
like to take it.
you're
I didn't say I
0 and
was
2
gonna
on this front.
I didn't say I was going to send him there. I said he should sit.
Oh,
That's
you were
why
just
we lost.
throwing
I-
out the theory.
No,
that-
I'm blaming Bill for the Cavs' loss. Is what I'm doing.
Wow. Well, before long, you're going to be a Knicks fan anyway, so who cares? This is a moot point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, thanks for nothing, Bill.
You're
yeah,
welcome.
thanks for nothing.
Yeah, I,
dude.
I didn't play
the
my
whole
best game.
city's mad at you.
All right, I got
I criticized that dude's band, and I was the reason the Cavs lost.
Maybe karma is a thing. I don't know. Maybe Mary's onto something.
Told you.
All right, I got a break. Want to go to Mushroomhead Halloween? You know, it's an annual tradition at the world-famous Agora, so I'll have those tickets for you after the break. 35192. Want to text me for anything else?
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. And now, a Buzzard Bookie safe bet. If you gotta be in court, always check behind the toilets for bribe money that hasn't been collected yet. And always be listening for those keywords to win $1,000. Up to 9 chances to play every weekday at 30 past the hour. Take the action from the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Brought to you by Jersey Mike Subs.
Here's my Jersey Mike's radio idea. I'm a ninja warrior. By night, I walk unseen. By day, I'm at Jersey Mike's, where they freshly slice my sub just for me. My blade is called Shadow.
if in contact with food service.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, you want to go see Mushroomhead? The annual tradition around these parts is Mushroomhead Halloween. Saturday, October 26th is when it's going to go down this year at the world-famous Agora. Always fun. Get your costume ready now. AXS.com for the details, tickets, info, all that. You'll find it there. This pair for you. Mushroomhead Halloween, end of October. Appropriately enough. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Okay, so being called an audio hate crime by Ohio Quilter magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
You see Flea on Mulaney's show?
Yeah.
Going off of it. We've been talking off the air about how much we love this Madcap Live John Mulaney show, which is done now, I think, yeah?
Yeah, it was just the 6 episodes. Friday was the last one. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
I'll play that in a minute. Flea was pretty funny. Mary turned me on to John Mulaney. She's like, this guy's awesome. You got to hear him.
Yeah, that's me.
Did you watch...
It was funny. It was kind of all over the place.
Yeah,
it didn't all work, but it was just so fun that they had something like that on there. And Hey, Dan, you're the guy that was complaining to Bill about your band?
Yes, I am.
What's up, Dan?
Is the band still intact?
Bill, what's happening, man? Hey, now I got a bone to pick with you, Alan.
Yeah, I thought that might be why you were called. Is the band still intact?
No. Well, yeah, they are. They are, but not with my wife.
No, but it's still your band?
No, I wasn't in the band. It was my ex-wife.
Okay.
Your ex-wife's band.
Yeah. Now, look, I wasn't... Bill wasn't a jerk. I'm not saying it because they lost the contest. I'm saying this happened before the contest even ended.
Oh.
Okay? But the funny thing about it is that the band was actually voted listener choice for Roverfest.
What was the band?
Crack.
Never heard of them.
Hardcore Irish punk band.
Never heard of them. Crack?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
This was like 10 years ago, yeah?
Yeah. It was.
Oh, so you were just trying to support your at the time wife's band.
Yeah.
Was she the singer?
No, she plays electric violin.
The electric violin.
Oh,
okay,
come on.
well, and then you guys broke up because you're like, I can't wait to tell you I hate the electric violin.
No.
Oh, okay.
It was my bad. She's a wonderful person.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. It's you gotta.
Al's got a friend that's looking for a lady, so maybe they can.
No, sadly, I say, what are you looking for? And he goes, all I know is no electric violins. He was so strangely specific.
Strike
and now
1,
here
2,
it is.
and 3.
Here it is coming up.
I love the electric violin. She's multi-talented, plays every instrument, got a great voice. But yeah, I just wanted to chime in there and say, hey, it was way off. It had nothing to do with them losing the contest.
All right. Well, listen, I only know the way Bill's telling the story. So, I don't know the...
And I just told him, look, he was being kind of a jerk, and I kind of kidded him. I said, maybe you were just hangry because it was Skinny Bill.
Yeah.
Well, but how are you being a jerk, Bill, if this had nothing to do with the band?
I literally don't remember. I remember the band Crack, but I don't remember exactly how I was being a jerk.
It wasn't really about the Crack. There was like 4 or 5 of us sitting there, and it wasn't even the band members who were like friends of the band and family members. And he was just being a little off, and we're like, whoa, what's up with that
Dan,
guy?
is this crack as in the Gaelic word?
Yes.
Oh, like the crack is 90. Okay, I thought you meant like they were named after rock cocaine. And I've heard of crack. Yeah, okay. Are you trying to tell us, Dan, that she dumped you, or was it a mutual parting of the ways?
It was mutual.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we got it all cleared up, Dan. What do you play? Anything?
I play a little bit of guitar.
All right.
I'm not that great, but
Well, do you still play? I mean, is there any practice involved?
Yeah, chords and stuff like that. I'm not playing out anywhere. I jam with a couple friends, but that's about it.
Oh, Dan's playing right now. Well, let's see what he's got going on here. Dan sounds pretty good.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's good. Okay, thank you, Dan. I appreciate the call. It's Dan in Lakewood. Oh, he's still playing. I'm sorry. All right. I can't figure out why they couldn't work that into an Irish rock band, but there it is. Flea shows up on John Mulaney's Everybody's in L.A. He had a nightly, for I think a week's worth, for the Netflix Is a Joke Festival out there. John Mulaney did a nightly live talk show where it was freewheeling is one word I've seen used to describe it. Madcap. It was kind of all over the place, and they did a bit called Where's Flea? He goes, we sent people out to look for Flea because when you're talking about Los Angeles, you're thinking of Flea. And, of course, Flea wasn't missing.
I'll tell you what L.A. is. L.A. is Denny's, motherfucker. Denny's is a magical place. It is a sanctuary in this town. It is a microcosm of L.A. It transcends all cultural and ethnic and economic boundaries. It's a beautiful place. You can find everybody in Denny's. I was just there. There are all these beautiful Latino kids just coming from their prom, coming from a quinceañera. It's a great place. Well, you could go there at midnight. People bring their babies there at midnight. And you might say, you might just go, well, they better take that baby home. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know why that baby's there. They might be locked out of their apartment. I know I'm locked out of mine. What I really want to say is, God bless Denny's. God bless all those street musicians out there. Put some money in their hat. Yeah. And God bless this beautiful, filthy, glorious, sprawling city of Los Angeles.
Filthy and glorious. You got to give it up for that. I do love Los Angeles. People like to crap on it, but love it.
I haven't been there in 11 years.
And I love Denny's, quite frankly.
I do love that. Did make me want to go to Denny's more than Los Angeles.
Of course. If only there were Denny's around here.
I haven't been to Denny's in a long time. That actually sounds kind of fun.
Denny's is good. I was always kind of more of a Perkins or an IHOP man, but in a pinch, boy, Denny's is pretty tight. You know, when we were working in Oak Tree, I would never remember that there was a Denny's like across on the other side of the highway.
Right there.
There's one right there. And it wasn't even tucked away.
No,
it's just it became such like I was like eye blind to that whole strip there.
Denny's is a place that I really don't go unless it's late at night. Like it's not like maybe breakfast, but not like a lunch. I don't think I've ever had lunch at Denny's.
Oh, you've never gone midday with a book?
No.
Ordered
Yeah.
a berry waffle slam.
No.
And just dip into some
although so they used to have one in Medina that was a Denny's diner, so it looked like an old 50s diner type, and that's the one we'd hang out with. And it's gone now, but I think it's gone. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I'm not down there very often, but I always loved going to that one the most because it's just, it was like the good old days. That I never experienced. What was
nostalgic?
Alan, what were the 50s like?
Let me tell you, Bill, the 2050s, because I'm a time traveler and I've come back here to warn all of you that
you're doing a bad job.
It's not going to go well. Well, you know what it is? I traveled back in time and I was set to go back within 36 hours. But you know what happened?
What?
Met a woman.
Oh, that's
stuck around.
That Denny's is still open. Look at that.
In Medina?
Yeah, the diner one.
Yeah, well. The IHOP out by me closed a while ago, and they turned it into like a Mexican cantina or something. I don't know how an IHOP can't stay open, for God's sake, but maybe it's
all you snooty millionaires are like, I'm not going to IHOP.
Yeah, it was always nuts to butts in there. I don't know what you're talking about. But the
and why did it close?
IHOP Steel Yard is still open. I don't know. I'm literally genuinely flummoxed why an IHOP would close. I think maybe there was too much foliage in front of it and people didn't know it was there.
You said it was always busy though.
Huh?
You said it was always busy.
Well, yeah, for who's in the restaurant, but it's not like there were people waiting to get in there. So I don't know. Every time I went, we go a few times a year, take my daughter in there, get some pancakes. I'd stuff my pants full of bacon because it was a day that I wasn't working out, so I couldn't cook my own in my leggings.
Right.
And so I would have to go and have them do it.
Another reference of working
And
out.
quite frankly, they didn't take kindly to when I walked in with my own bacon and just tossed it at him and said, "Fry this up, Pierre." And he was like, "My name's Jim A. Why are you throwing bacon at me?" I said, "BYOB."
Mary, did you work out today?
I went for a walk today, but I did not work out. I worked out yesterday.
You worked out yesterday?
The first time in probably since December.
Now, where do you walk? You walk around the neighborhood? What do you do? Do you take the cat? You walk the cat?
I wish I could, man. She's been hanging out in the window a lot more lately, and I love watching people walk because I have like a big bay window in my bedroom, and I can hear people stopping outside the window and being like, "Hi, kitty." I think it's the funniest thing in the world.
But you can walk a cat,
You
right?
should put like a ring camera there and
I
record.
wish I could. I thought about that. I'm like, but I think you can't like do anything with the footage because people's faces.
But it's on the
They
street.
have to consent to it.
They're on the street. They're in public.
I guess. But yeah, I thought about that because I'm like, I'd say when she's hanging out in the window, like once per session of her being in the window, I'll hear a stranger be like, "Hello, hi, little cat." But yeah, no, I just walk around. Walked a couple blocks around the neighborhood, probably about 25 minutes, half hour.
Mm-hmm. Get to know your neighborhood a little bit better.
Trying to hit my steps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been saying I'm going to start working out again for 6 months, and I finally did yesterday. So.
Yeah, I'm back in the routine now too. I've done like a session here and there, but like I finally like went yesterday, went today, going again tomorrow.
I can't go every day to start back because then I'll quit. Like I have to ease back into it. Like if
I'm not like doing like the most intense work. Like I'm
It doesn't
easing
matter.
back.
For
Like,
me, at least,
yeah.
where I'm like, if I haven't worked out in 6 months, it's got to be like every other day, or like 3 times the first week, 4 times the next week, 4 times the week after that, then maybe 5. Like I can't go balls to the wall because then I'll be too sore and I'll quit.
You know what you should do? Go 4 times in one day and then take the rest of the week off.
There you go.
I can't.
You
do
got time
either.
for that.
I don't have time for that.
No, you
first
do.
Of all. Second of all, I'm not. What do I do? Each session is how long?
I don't know. Go to Pilates,
36
hour
hours.
session. Yeah. So each.
4 hours of Pilates a day.
I mean, you give yourself 2 hours break in between, but then you go right back in there.
Look who's all full of excuses.
You get your socks on and you go to it.
Yeah.
You could do it.
I could. I probably could.
Alan, if Bill goes to Boston, why can't he just bunk with Chris Tyler? Remember Chris Tyler, our old boss? He's in Boston. He's running the station there. Hit him up.
I might be able to.
Popcake puked in his toilet when he was living here in Cleveland. Don't remind him of that, though. Just go and ask him if you can stay with him. And
I got that funny bus tomorrow, and Alan already said he would not cover it, so I can't.
I said I would.
No, he said he wanted.
We'll do a live stream of Bill from Boston on the funny bus.
There you go.
How about that? All right. Well, you can leave us messages if you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app. If you don't want to leave voicemails, you can just drop them there.
Alan, hate the show. Never seen Flubber, make a Flubber reference. Mary makes a Frozen reference. You don't get it. You've never seen Frozen. Make this make sense. Love you, love me, hate everybody.
Wait, what is she saying?
You said you've never seen Flubber.
Yeah.
But you made a Flubber reference. And then I made a reference to Frozen. You were like, how am I supposed to know that? I've never seen it. Arendelle, what is that?
Well, but the movie is called Flubber.
So?
You made a reference to something in the movie Frozen,
Sure.
which I've never seen.
You've never seen Flubber either. So how
Yeah,
do
but
you know
he's
what it
heard of the.
Yeah, it's a remake of a movie from the 60s. I mean,
you
I
should know what Arendelle is.
I don't. I'm blessed with a daughter who couldn't care less about Frozen. So I have nothing. I don't know any of that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, there's a lot of movies I've never seen, but I'm familiar with the premise. Like Mary was talking about how she saw Aladdin on Broadway. I've never seen Aladdin, but the movie is 30 years old. So I know there's a dude with a carpet and a genie.
Yeah.
And a girl who sings a lot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The girl doesn't sing as much as he does, but yeah.
Well, there you go. No, Annandale. I don't know what that is. I mean, it's
You're doing it on purpose.
Again, I've never seen.
I've seen Frozen. And I didn't know what the city was called. So
yeah,
whatever.
Bill Squire. Everybody, come on. So anyway, I hope that makes it make sense for you, ma'am. Hey, Tim.
Yeah.
What's up, Tim?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm great. What's up, Tim?
Oh, I was just letting you guys know that the Denny's in Medina, the diner, or looks like an old school diner, it's still down there.
Oh,
Yeah.
good for you.
I looked it up. I saw that.
Yeah, it was about 3 weeks ago I was down there and I drove past and I wanted to stop in there, but I didn't have time because that was always a good place to go.
So your story is about a place you didn't go, Tim?
Oh, I'd been there before. I just didn't get a chance to go down there last time I was down
Do you
there.
order the same thing every time, or do you mix it up?
Oh, I've got to mix it up.
All right. But always with bacon, right? I hope.
Oh, yeah, gotta have bacon.
Gotta have bacon, right.
If you're from Ohio, if you're anywhere in Ohio, you gotta have bacon.
Oh, is that true? Is Ohio known for its bacon? I don't think so. Oh, okay.
Well, there's the one guy that has the restaurants downtown, and he was always known for using pork.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Might be something to that. Okay, thank you, Tim. There you go. Tim drove by that place you're talking about, Bill, and
it's pretty exciting.
It's still there.
Yeah.
He's able to visually, we always like to get visual confirmation from people, and we got it from him. Here's something that is also going to bum you out, and I felt like that this was a very old story because I thought it was something that we had discussed, but apparently not. They are fully getting rid of the Chuck E. Cheese animatronic bands. I know that they got rid of some of these at some of those other competitor weirdo animal-associated pizza joints. But Chuck E. Cheese around the United States, and there's no shortage of videos of people, half of them are like, hey, remember these? And then other people, it looks like a horror movie. They put in black and white, and they, these animatronic herky-jerky bands. We all know them.
One of my favorite.
Cross-generational with Chuck E. Cheese.
A favorite early viral video of Mike Polk was filming all the animatronics, but then putting it to the diner robbery audio from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
And it's very funny.
So they're phasing out. They call it the chain's most aggressive transformation yet. Boy, you love to hear the word aggressive in association with Chuck E. Cheese. They're getting rid of their animatronic bands. And you think to yourself, well, Alan, surely they must be keeping one or two of them. Nope. Wholesale getting rid of the bands. That means Chuck E. Cheese. That means Helen Henney. That was the singer, right? The keyboardist was Mr. Munch. Do you remember the dog who performed the guitar? That was Jasper T. Jowls.
Okay.
And the drummer was Pasquale, who, if you'll recall, was a very stereotyped, like, Italian chef or something. It's a me on the drums, that kind of thing. So they're getting rid of all of the Chuck E. Cheese bands. And they said that in place of the animatronics, they're going to be putting in things like trampolines and digital dance floors. Because listen, kids are different now than you can't have animatronic bands that will enthrall any child over the age of 18 months. Because kids are on their tablets. Kids are a lot savvier technologically than they were when I was a dopey 8-year-old and sat there and wrapped attention to these dumb bands. You're not going to keep those kids enthralled. So they're getting rid of the bands. They don't want to watch an old bunch of animals poorly sing songs.
Hey, they do a good job with those songs.
I mean, they try.
They certainly keep the maintenance up there. They're doing it just right.
Put their all into it. And
there was a viral video of the Hall of Presidents at Disney malfunctioning, and they're like, please do not film this. And everybody's like, screw you, we're filming this.
Yeah.
And they're just like, Forrest, go. And then they're all like wigging out. It's very, very creepy.
Yeah. Yep. Well, now here's a clip from the Hall of Presidents.
I did it. I pulled it out. And with no brain damage, jam it.
I got to take a break. I will have more money for you. It's $1,000 American, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, on the way at 3:30. If you want to join Bill tomorrow night on the aforementioned Cleveland Funny Bus, it is a great time. It's a lot of fun. I will have a couple of passes for you when we get back. If you want to look into it yourself, get over to funnybus.net for all the details.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Variably cloudy skies for your Tuesday with scattered showers and some peaks of sunshine. Highs today around 70. More rain tonight. Otherwise, mainly cloudy skies with overnight lows in the 60s. For your Wednesday, mostly cloudy with scattered showers. Highs in the upper 60s.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Basement System, your local trusted expert. Are your floors sagging? Are musty smells reeking through your home? Contact Ohio Basement Systems, the crawl space repair experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at ohiobasementsystems.com.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
One trial per user. Compatible unlocked 5G device required. Plan savings with T-Mobile third line free on a
remember me from that 70s show and now on that 90s show on Netflix. Help spread the laughs and groans. Listen to Daily Dad Jokes on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Daily Dad Jokes and start listening.
Hey, it's on the way.
All right, if you have never joined us on the Cleveland Funny Bus, it is a lot of fun. We did this last season, bringing it back this season, every Wednesday, this month, and next. Bill and I are your hosts, alternate weeks on this. Your tour guides on the Funny Bus, very funny local comedians who do a fantastic job. BYOB, we start off at Collision Bend in the Flats. It's just a great time. Bill is your host tomorrow night. You can go to funnybus.net, hit Cleveland, and then the Alan Cox Show will give you. These tickets do sell out very, very quickly, by the way, for people who don't win them. So just FYI, there's like single-digit number of tickets for tomorrow night, there's a couple left for the 22nd. But I'll give you these two here. Join Bill tomorrow night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another keyword for you in about 10 minutes. That will get you $1,000 if you are the correct texter, whatever it is. So listen for your shot to do that. 4:30 and 5:30 are your last two chances today, and then we get into Guardians baseball tonight. They are off to a good start down there in Dallas. They shut out the Rangers last night. First of three, 7-0 was the Guardians win. So 8:05 tonight, they will play them again. And 7:35 is when your pregame coverage will begin here on the Buzzard. Cavs are off tonight. Game 5 is tomorrow night, 7 o'clock back in Boston. Of course, Celtics are up 3-1 in that series. So 7 o'clock tomorrow night, Cavs, Celtics. You'll hear that down at WTAM 1100. But Guardians baseball tonight on MMS. If you want to get yourself some appropriate gear, we got the new Buzzard shirts. Yeah,
Those are great.
They're great.
I put it on my story if you want to see it. Where'd you go?
I'm getting mine.
Oh, you're getting yours so you can show everybody. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
The WMMS Buzzard Wild Thing T-shirts.
Yeah.
It's got the glasses on, right?
Lightning.
It's a nice little detail. These are available at CLE Clothing Company. So, yeah, these are great. So get them while you can. The Buzzard Wild Thing MMS baseball shirts. And use the promo code FLOWER. That's your promo code all through the month of May. That'll get you 20% off whatever you buy and however often you use it this month. Just use FLOWER. If you're online and shopping, obviously you can type it in, but you can also give it to them at the counter. Somebody else sent me another AI song for the show. Like when people do this. Eddie is our bureau chief in West Lynn, Oregon, who listens on the iHeartRadio app. And he said, here's a song AI created called Everyone Hates the Show. And the music that he chose was Soulful Acoustic Delta Blues. Mary's a big Soulful Acoustic Delta Blues fan.
Yes.
And so he probably had her in mind.
Alan's picky. He can't find no place to eat. Bill crop dust in the office. It's hard to breathe. Mary moved away, left us all to grieve. And pound cake's gone. It's hard to believe. The Alan Cox Show. It's a love-hate thing they say, but we all agree. It's a mess that won't go away. Alan's always complaining about his food, his taste. Bill's farting round the office. It's a toxic waste. Everyone hates the show. Can't stand to hear him talk, but we keep on listening. It's like we're stuck in a fog. The Alan Cox Show, it's a love-hate affair, but we can't turn it off. No matter how we swear.
I mean, we don't have our office anymore. So there's no crop dusting the office anymore, but it's pretty good. I don't mind that.
I like it.
I can't place what actual human female artist that sounds like, though. The voice that it rendered sounds very similar to a female artist right now who's very good. And I can't for the life of me. It's not Casey Musgraves. It's, I don't know, it's Amanda
Macy
Shires or
Cusgraves?
somebody like that. What's that?
Macy Cusgraves?
Casey Musgraves? I do like Macy Cusgraves. That's pretty good, too. So anyway, thank you. People like typing stuff into these AI programs and then kicking them back. That is from Ed, who is our bureau chief in West Lynn, Oregon. I don't know where that is. If that is suburban Portland, maybe? It's right there on the river, across from Oregon City. Yeah, that is South Suburban Portland. So thanks. Appreciate that. Did you see the picture of the guy who his neighbors complained about his boat in his driveway? Did you see
yeah,
that?
and
Did you see that?
painted a boat.
He painted a boat on the fence that they made him put up.
Very funny.
That is an A-list troll.
Yep.
A guy named Etienne Constable was told to build a 6-foot fence to hide the boat from the view of his neighbors. So he just got an image of the boat painted on the fence. I'll show it to you there on the live stream. Seaside, California. Neighbors complained. I mean, it's the optical illusion is unbelievable. So when you drive by and you look, you can't tell that it's a fence. Unless there's part of me that thinks that the photo has been manipulated, but I don't know, because that is such an unbelievable photorealistic representation of that boat. So his troll on the neighbors is they were like, well, you've got to build a fence to cover that boat.
Fine.
He's like, okay, I will then.
Fence is going to look like a boat.
Fence is going to look exactly like the boat. Yeah.
That's all. I love that.
But like neighbors trolling, if you do a deep dive on neighbors,
there's a lot of people
trolling,
that have a real hard time with their neighbors.
It is, well, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always been pretty fortunate, I guess, to not have to contend with that. But holy cow, the people who just hate their neighbors. It's one thing if you're in an apartment because you are surrounded by people. There's only walls that separate you from your neighbors. But people in houses who have natural borders, whether it's trees or a yard or whatever, these stories of these people that are like super petty with each other. He puts all his leaves in my yard, so I set his dog on fire. You know, it always goes from like 0 to 60. And, of course, we see the end result when these stories hit the news, too. So you don't know what transpired before that. But the city told this guy, your neighbors have been complaining, and so he hired an artist to paint the boat on the fence.
I'm not a rule breaker, but I am like to make a political statement as necessary, and as well as a humorous statement and a creative statement. So I'm all in favor of generating discussion and making people smile. And the reaction is extremely more than we ever expected, and we're both just tickled about it. It's pretty cool.
How is that a political statement, by the way? He's like, I like to make political statements.
Like he doesn't shy away from ruffling feathers a little bit.
Ah, I see. Yeah. Get out there. Well, he's not a rule breaker. Listen, I was talking about this over the weekend. Gwen and her brother and I, he was in town for Mother's Day. And so we were kind of talking about, kids and he's got a couple stepkids and, rules and that kids need boundaries. And Gwen's like, well, you hate rules. I'm like, it's not that I don't like rules. I don't like authority. I don't like other people telling me what the rules are. And I hate that about myself because I know rules are important.
Just promise me you'll never do another rule. Come on, shirt brother.
I remember getting dropped off. We were raised in a strict Catholic household, okay? My parents were cool. They did their best. But, you know, my dad was conservative by nature, military, from the South, right? Wasn't a drill sergeant. He was a reasonable person. But you know, my mom was garden variety Catholic, pretty heavy duty. And so, you know, we grew up with a lot of rules. And I remember getting dropped off in college after my mom and dad took me to college. And then there's a lot, same thing I did with my kids when they got older. There's a lot of, you know, talking and crying and hugging, and then you let them, and then you leave. And you hope that they'll be fine. You hope that you've instilled them with enough information that they will make good choices. It's the best you can hope for. But I remember getting dropped off in college and just standing there in my dorm room after everyone had left and realizing that I had no one to answer to. Except myself, of course. But then you're in a whole other thing because you've got to figure out where those lines are. And you can go crazy. A lot of people get jammed up and they go nuts because of that freedom. You know, they talk about how a lot of alcoholics are created in college. Well, I didn't drink, so there wasn't going to be a thing like that. But it was when you're standing. Did you have that, Mary, when you went to college?
No.
I know we
because
didn't.
We didn't have a lot of rules to begin with.
You didn't.
Well, my parents had their own stuff going on, and after the divorce, stuff kind of fell apart. And then I moved in with my dad, and I think he felt guilty, so he was like, yeah, kind of do whatever you want.
Oh, he was trying to be a cool dad.
As long as you're not hurting anybody or yourself,
yeah.
don't be a dick, kind of a thing. So
that's kind of how my wife grew up, you know, when she got a little bit older or whatever, because she'll tell me these stories. I'll be like, really? And she's like, my parents were like, hey, as long as you
punish you.
Right, as long as you're still getting A's in school, right? As long as you're doing everything you're supposed to do and you're not screwing anything up, then whatever. I was like, wow. Because it wasn't we were like crazy or anything, but yeah, I just wasn't a bit. But standing there, and I'm sure, you know, this is a common experience for a lot of people. If you grew up like that and you stand there and you're like, I can do whatever I want. Like to this day, it's why I'm not good with free time. Because you have to be very disciplined in yourself. Because I know, left to my own devices, I'll go off the rails. So it's like, well, because there's still a part of me in that
half a bagel.
I know.
No. You have no idea. I mean, there's a reason I am the way I am. But like free time always feels
bagel?
It always feels wasted to a certain degree to me. But it is good for you. Like Stansbury and I were talking about this before. Wasted time or wasting time, it is good for your brain, right? They say sitting and doing nothing, because it's that pull between nature and nurture. The human brain is not wired to go nonstop. But we push. There's all these things we're not wired to do, but we're like, we've got to, you know, we're trying to kind of keep things running smoothly around here. And anyway, I got off on a tangent there. That guy painted a boat on his gate. He wanted to twist the knife a little bit. I got money here. It's $1,000. It is courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. We're giving it away like it's not even ours, because it's not. But I hope that it will soon be yours. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, that guy might not be a rule breaker, but he is a little stinker.
Do you think you go wild with free time because you have so little of it?
No, I don't go wild with free time. That's what I'm saying.
But you said if left to your own devices, you would. Do you think it's because you don't get enough of it?
Here's what I mean by my own devices. I said a long time ago that if I had been, let's say, when I was playing in bands, if I had been in a band that had become successful, I would be dead. So left to my own devices, I mean like I need structure. I need a structure in my life. A lot of times when I was growing up, it was my family. Now it's my family, you know. I'm trying to set a good example for my older kids and my younger kids, like my wife, my child, that kind of stuff. If it was just me, and for periods of time it was, that ain't a good place to be. So the very little free time part, yeah, that can get annoying. But that's not, you can deal with that. A lot of people don't have a lot of free time. But, you never know how much you've got either. So I'm like, I don't like wasting. But then, like I said, there's that part of your brain where you go, just sit and stare, right? Stare. I'm not somebody who's terrified to be alone with my own thoughts. So it's not that. It's just, I always feel like you're kind of like that. I always feel like there's something I should be doing.
Yeah.
Because that's all I've ever known. So I'm like, well, there'll be weekends where Gwen will go, she and Nora have to go see her parents or something in Michigan, and I'm here, and she goes, you should just go do something. I go, I don't even know it.
What does that even mean?
What does that even mean? I come into work. I catch up on stuff. Or I go to the movies. But that's like 2 hours. So,
better than none.
Huh?
Yeah, it's
Better than
something.
none.
Yeah, it's great. No, it's fine. I love it. But guy's political statement was because the city made him put his fence up. Oh, that's what constitutes a. Well, okay, I get.
Alan, Trucker John, King of I-71. Hey, I was going through some old episodes, and you brought up Jenna from Poland, and you mentioned that maybe you would bring the feral cats into the studio. If you did that, you would be canonized, put in for sainthood, be the coolest guy on the planet. Those kids would remember that for a lifetime. Just saying, you're the man.
Does he know Jenna died?
Doesn't sound like it.
Okay, no. I think I might have mentioned her, our friend Jenna from Poland, who passed away some time ago. She was in this band of developmentally disabled kids called the Feral Cats. And I go, oh, maybe sometime we'll have, but she was literally our only connection to that band. Those kids do not know who I am, nor would they care. I mean, they were like doing gigs. They were like playing in bars and clubs and they're playing out on the patio at a sandwich joint or something, but that's fun. They don't need me. But no, she was literally my only connective tissue to that band. And John, if you didn't know that she passed away, I'm sorry to tell you, she did. But it was a beautiful ceremony. Muskie Casgraves sang for her, and it was beautiful. So whatever. Thank you, John. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I was reading about the Japanese diet. All these stories about Ozempic, and they're like, what is Japan doing right?
Rice.
Well, that's part of it. Yep, that's part of it. But there are no, well, at least
serving sizes.
In this study group, they were studying, because Japan has one of the world's lowest obesity rates, right? This country, we're practically manufacturing it. But in Japan, their obesity rate is about 4%. In this country, it's almost half. And there are more developed countries around the world that are becoming like us and fewer that are becoming like Japan. And so these people were looking at this thing. They're like, how are they doing what they do and not using things like Ozempic and Wegovy and all these weight loss drugs? And they were studying schools. And they said there are no overweight children in these Japanese schools. And they were asking the kids what they like to eat. And one girl said, I like broccoli and I like green vegetables. And a boy said, I love rice because the rice has protein and you can have a very strong body. And he's flexing his little biceps and all that. And then you get a little further into the article and you're thinking, wow, these are still human beings, right? Cultures can be different, but these are still people.
They're still little kids.
Still little kids. And then you get further into the article and they're like, oh, and Japan also has a law that requires annual waistline measurements for adults.
What happens if you are over your measurement?
You get referred to counseling that you have to go to.
You go to
So again, that's something that
fat tax
that works, right? I mean, that's something you could never do that over here because,
Well, wait a minute.
my freedoms, but
don't they also have like a super high suicide rate?
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with how big they are. That's got to do with
it would have to do with shaming someone for their waistline not being where it should be.
I don't know that it's maybe. I don't. They didn't allude to that, but I mean,
or being under such constant pressure all the time.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, again, it's a culture that's very steeped in like honor and and so hot on the heels of this, I guess people in the UK must have read the same thing, and they're like, you know what? That is not a bad idea. And so there's people in the UK, these companies who are like, how could we make it so we can measure employees' wastes? You know, like at the Vegas casinos, you know, like the Borgata, they walk up with the calipers, make sure that the cocktail waitresses can stay gainfully employed. So like in Japan, when they do this thing, you know, you get fined if you're running a company and they have this thing and too many of your workers are like over what the line is supposed to be with respect to weight, you know, the company gets fined. So it's obviously in the boss's best interest to make sure that people are taking care of themselves. They said there's a lot of obesity-related illness in the UK now. And it's not like companies and governments care about people's health. Make no mistake, that's got nothing to do with it. They are only concerned about productivity. So they're like, well, if people are sick or too fat to work, then who's going to do all this work? So it's not like they're concerned about people's weight. They're concerned about who's doing the god-awful job I'm paying you next to nothing to do because you're out sick. Now, again, you can't even fathom in the United States something like this happening.
You get sued immediately.
Sued immediately, yes. I mean, you know, even what do the Vegas casinos say? Their loophole is, we don't hire waitresses, we hire entertainers, or we hire models. Right. And we would like models to look a certain way. So, you know, the U.S. used to be an outlier in this stuff, but over the past few years or decade, we've really started to export obesity.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Our part.
That's right. So I don't know. Maybe they could start the whole waistline measurement over here, like they do in Japan. Everybody wants healthier kids. There isn't anybody who's not in favor of that.
They're not doing it to the kids, are they?
Yeah.
You said it was at companies.
Yeah.
Or
No, in the UK
adults.
they want to do that.
No, I thought you said it was an annual waistline
for
measurement
adults.
for adults.
Yes.
But not kids.
Well, they're not measuring the kids, but they're telling the kids, you got to eat this, you got to eat that. You don't want to grow up and get fined, do you? I mean, all that stuff starts in childhood.
America first! America first! Get that through your head, dude! America first! America first! You heard that before? What? America first! America first!
In obesity.
What the hell, man? Dude, America first!
In obesity.
America first! To all of you, let me explain one damn thing. America, America, America. Dude, you understand? America, America, America. My point is America's first. America, America, America. What the hell, man? Globalists, no! Goblins, no! This is it. Everybody get ready! America first!
I'll never not love goblins and globalists.
It's so good.
It's the best.
I miss Pound Cake doing his clap.
You can clap.
I know, but it's not the same as like he did this like over the head one. That was always.
He did a sassy clap.
Yeah, a very sassy clap, but also like he would always do it like stone faced. I miss it. Wonder where he is.
I bet he's at work. At his 9-to-5 job. Mondays off. Gets them 3-day weekends, boy. Good for him.
He doesn't have to work on Mondays?
Didn't he say that?
Saturdays.
He goes, oh, he does?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he just had a 4-day week. Well, that sucks. All right. I'm going to break. If you want to send a text, 35192. Want to go see Coal Chamber? They're doing a wild thing, taking Fear Factory and Twisted out with them. And they're going to do the Agora this year. So if you dig Coal Chamber, we'll set you up for those tickets after the break. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? You can do it there.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
friends with them. Cold Chamber is bringing Fear Factory and Twisted and Wednesday 13 and Black Satellite. All of them. Thursday night, September 19th at the Agora. Should be a good show. Might be 7 hours long, but be worth it. AXS.com for the details. If you want to go, be caller 10. And you will. Good luck. Probably see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Just consider us your earbuds. Jesus, who writes this crap?
The Alan Cox Show.
On WMMS.
Fear Factory covering Gary Newman's Cars about 25 years ago, I guess. We saw Gary Newman with Ministry at the Agora a year and a half ago, maybe a couple of years ago. And Gary Newman that's a wild dude, boy. I mean, he's got that like jet black mop hair and he's still doing it. We're doing it again, I guess. Gary Newman was gone for a long, long time, but Cars still his most recognized song, and so when people cover it, they get it. Whether or not Fear Factory does Cars live, I don't know, probably. I was reading that Cars are the #1 source of stolen guns in the United States. They go out of somebody's car and right to the streets. Because you can't be in your car without a gun. So the ATF, or whatever they're called now, right? And the ATF involves...
Did they change their name?
Isn't it the ATF and explosives or something? Or the alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives? That was pretty good. That was like an actual burp in there.
That was the best burp I think you've ever had.
But I didn't mean to do it. It snuck out. Yeah. I was just doing my usual inhale. But
Did you have something in the break that would make you actually burp?
I mean, I've got a Mountain Dew here.
Do burp. Good job. Who was that?
That was
She
me.
said do burp, not do a burp.
That was me.
Mm-hmm. Bill, were you eating something in the break that would make you burp?
No. I drank some water. Just a little bit of water.
See, he's got the moves.
I could just swallow some air and then burp.
Yeah. Doesn't work for me. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Not you, him.
Thanks.
I got to give credit where credit is due. DEW. So, yeah, the #1 source of stolen guns in the United States is from people's cars.
That makes sense.
Well, and when my car got broken into when I very first moved to New York, that's what most people were saying. When I was like,
they're looking for guns.
Yeah, when I was like, there's nothing in here. Like they didn't steal my candy, they didn't steal my $200 pair of shoes, and everybody was like, yeah, they're probably either looking for money or guns.
Yeah,
which didn't even dawn on me.
I had somebody break into my car. They were looking for lawyers, guns, and money.
Which did they find?
They didn't find anything because I don't keep anything in my car.
You don't keep your lawyer in your car?
No, well, in the trunk occasionally, but that's it's by her request. Yeah, so they're like, these guns are going.
Lady lawyer.
What'll they think of next? You know, you are one, so.
I am, but
a
I'm
frontier lawyer. Yes.
I'm from a time when women had more rights.
Right, yes, the Old West. That's
Right.
true. Yep, there were a lot of ladies
More
getting law
privileges.
degrees back then.
Mhm.
More privileges. Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah, well. God bless. If only we could go back, when people say they want to make this country great again, I have no idea what they're talking about, but maybe that's what they're talking about. Maybe they're talking about back when lady lawyers could rule the Old West. Might be something to think about. You haven't let your law license lapse, have you, there in New York State?
Not yet.
Are you still licensed to practice?
You have to take the bar there, the state bar in.
She can't be near a bar, Bill. She's sober.
Thanks, Bill. He's so inconsiderate.
He doesn't
the
want you to
lawyer
stay.
bar.
He doesn't even care.
The law bar. A law bar. Gotta be a law bar.
Yeah, okay.
I explained it just fine.
Did you? Did you, though?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, the rate of guns stolen from cars has tripled over the past decade. So they say they're the largest source of stolen guns in the U.S. Are just from people's cars.
I know.
A lot of them turn up at crime scenes.
Yeah, I have a friend that had his gun stolen from his car. He was like, "Why are you keeping
What
it
was
in
he
the car?"
packing? It was in a glove box or under the seat?
I think it was under the seat.
Yeah, under the seat.
Yep.
I guess because what? What's the thought? You never know when you're going to need it.
Yep.
In your car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody cuts you off, you need to be able to shoot them.
Yep, you got to be able to fire back. You got to let them know what's going on, homie. What do you mean? You didn't use your turn signal. Take that. A gun taken from an unlocked car in Riverside, Florida, was used to kill a 27-year-old Coast Guard member trying to stop a car burglary. Well, that'll do it. People don't go to a mall and steal a gun from a locked car to go hunting. They say, obviously, these guns are going straight to the street. The streets.
But they're stealing from these responsible gun owners.
Well, yes. People who put them in a glove box that can't be locked.
In a car that's not locked.
In a car that's not. Well, I mean, I have to think that the car itself is locked. I would have to think that even if you're kind of willy-nilly with your gun, I'm just surprised that people leave them in their car because people who think they need a gun all the time, they're terrified to not have it on their person. So maybe they're strapped and they've got one in the car. I don't know. I was watching the coverage of that. They caught that kid that was going to go into a church and shoot up First Communion. Do you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
In Louisiana?
I did not see that.
Some kid who went through the back. This is in Abbeville, Louisiana, and it's a Sunday, and so church is full. Is a Catholic church. Church is full because all these little kids are getting ready to take their first communion, which I did as a little Catholic boy. You take your first communion. That's when they put zombie Jesus on your tongue, and they tell you what's up. Yeah. And they caught some kid trying to sneak in the back door, all dressed in black with a gun.
Sacred of Spaces. At St. Mary Magdalene Church in Abbeville, Louisiana, 60 children were poised to take their first communion Saturday.
That this sacrament.
When suddenly, a man approaches the priest, whispering in his ear.
Holy Mary.
Moments later, Father Nicholas...
The guy goes up to the priest like Andy Card did to Bush when he was reading to the class on 9/11. He just whispers in his ear, and the guy's like, hey, everybody, grab your kids.
Dupree abruptly stops the service as chaos erupts. According to church officials, a suspicious person opened the back door. Members immediately confronted him and led him outside, calling police. Authorities say he was armed with a gun. Inside, the video shows clergy members ducking for cover, altar servers scrambling to safety as police rush in, guns drawn, checking for any additional threat.
Just get a hold of your child, go slowly.
The suspect was a 16-year-old white male, police say, dressed in all black. He was arrested, then taken to a hospital for mental evaluation.
A white
charged
male?
with terrorizing
What?
And 2 counts of juvenile
A white
gun
kid?
possession.
What?
Incredibly, police say there were no
Going in back of a
injuries.
church to kill.
Hallelujah.
What?
But at today's service, the scars were clear.
So anyway, that's good news.
Yeah.
That somebody saw this dude walk in the back. Imagine that. You turn on the news, they're like, a church full of children at their first communion.
I'm not worried about guns in school. You know what I'm waiting for? Guns in church. That's going to be a lot of fun. And it'll happen. You watch. Some nut will go f***ing ape in the church, and they'll refer to him as a disgruntled worshiper.
Yeah, Carlin called it 25 years ago.
Oh,
By the way,
plenty of church shootings. There's been a lot.
get one of those word of the day emails, you know? You know what my word was today?
What's that?
Gruntled.
Not disgruntled. We always use gruntled.
I thought gruntled was a made-up word for a joke.
No?
How come you'll never meet anybody who's gruntled? I didn't know it was a real word. You ever heard anyone use that word?
Maybe tomorrow you'll get whelmed.
Yeah. Is that a word too?
Probably.
Yeah.
See, what's your word of the day email called? Because mine is called Word Genius, and mine today was prepossessive.
You don't even know what it was, Mary.
Prepossessing.
Okay.
That was my word today.
Well, there's 9/10 of the law.
So, so I'm saying I didn't know there was more than one word of the day email you could.
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty. Yeah,
there's hundreds.
What is mine called?
Mine's called Word Genius.
Word Daily is mine. Yeah. Yesterday it was largesse. That one I already knew. But a lot of these so when I get gruntled, I was like, wow. Now.
You know what mine was the other day I meant to tell you? Yesterday. Regalia.
Hey.
That's an Alan word.
Well, the guy called with it. Great word. Love regalia. Sure. Full regalia.
Mm-hmm.
You can't half-ass regalia. Yeah, so gruntled. Love it. Have to work that into something. But again, that's a word. If I had heard someone use it, I would have chuckled.
Challenge it in Scrabble.
Yeah. Is gruntled the opposite of disgruntled, is what it says. The word initially meant to grumble. And, yeah. So disgruntled worshipers. Good news, by the way, and I can't believe it. I was reading the story this morning that they are Red Lobster. You know, they've been talking for a while now that they're declaring bankruptcy or whatever, that whole...
Because of Shrimp Fest.
Shrimp Fest. It did, by their own admission. They're like, we were just trying to get more people into the stores, and so we took a gamble, and it didn't work. We said, hey, unlimited shrimp, because I think they used to do it once or twice a year, and then they did it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, yeah, endless shrimp, $25.
Forever.
Yeah, well, that was, before that, it was like 10 or something, $20. Then they tried to bump it up, but they were like, we took a gamble, and we lost. We were just trying to get more bodies in our restaurants, thinking, oh, when they get in there, they'll look at the menu and they'll go, oh, let's see, crab. No, people are walking in for the cheapo shrimp you told them they'll sell you. Yeah, so they were losing a lot of money over that. But today, they released this list of all the Red Lobsters that they're closing in the United States, and there's a lot of them. Not one in Ohio.
Why would they?
Why would they close them in Ohio?
People are going to them in Ohio, brother.
Well, people are going to them everywhere, but just not enough. You think Ohio's not going to eat Red Lobster out of house and home? That's a good...
I get what you're saying.
It's good news. I don't know how many Red Lobsters remain in Northeast Ohio, but none of them.
There's Great Northern.
I think that's the only one I know is Great Northern.
There's Parma. There's a Strongsville one.
Strongsville. They're all staying open.
Yep.
Illinois, Florida, California, whole bunch of them. Pennsylvania, Virginia, not a one in Ohio. So here you are sitting back, and let's say you're a Red Lobster fan from way back, right? And you're sitting there and you're seeing these stories, and you're just getting increasingly nervous because you're thinking, honey, we've got to go to a Red Lobster while we still have time. The shrimp clock
Still
is...
have time.
Huh?
The
shrimp clock is ticking. And we got to get over to the Red Lobster.
Oh, this is a good opportunity.
Breathe easy, because they're not closing any of them down in Ohio, at least according to this initial list, and there's a lot of them on that list.
I was talking with one of our customers, and I don't know, I brought this up a long time ago to him, but like we were just going back and forth, and I called Butterface shrimp because...
Wait, what?
I instead of calling a girl a Butterface...
Oh, okay.
I said that she's like shrimp, better without the head. Something like that. But then it makes it sound like a decap. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. But like it's just kind of...
She's better without her head because her head is ugly?
A little busted, yeah.
Ah.
I wouldn't have put that together.
Yeah. he was really impressed by it, but I like explaining it to people. I go, not as good as I thought. But I told him I'd bring it up.
You can't use
So
that guy.
Brought it to the jury, and we are
mistrial.
Not
We've
feeling it.
declared a mistrial.
Yeah.
So your Langosta Roja is still fully open here in Northeast Ohio, and you can take some solace in that. I was texting a couple of buddies of mine not long ago. I said, before all this news started to break, I said, we got to get to Red Lobster for that shrimp. Because once they told me that you could get it in a variety of ways, because I wasn't going to go if it was...
Which way are you going to get it? No, he doesn't want scampi.
I
It's
don't
all
want
butter.
I thought it was just the scampi.
No.
I'm like, I don't want the scampi. And then one of my buddies goes, no, you can get like popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
I go,
coconut.
I'm in. I'm in. Yeah. But I think they're back to doing it like, I don't think they're doing it all the time anymore, right? I don't know.
I don't know what they're doing.
Oh, we got to haul ass to North Olmsted. Just sit there and eat shrimp.
My 21st birthday, we went to Red Lobster the day after or 2 days after. So my birthday's around Thanksgiving. And I got a strawberry daiquiri with my...
Virgin strawberry daiquiri.
No, I was 21. So I ordered like one of my first legal drinks.
Yep.
And my stepmom was being kind. She got like a Corona because we were with my family. And my brother got all mad at me and tried to scorn me for drinking at lunch because I had a problem and it's not godly. In the Red Lobster, I got a Bible talk about how I didn't need to be drinking.
They sound fun.
Well, if he was going by the Bible, he shouldn't have been in that Red Lobster eating that shrimp anyway.
Yeah.
They hate that stuff in the Bible.
That was. But that was like before I became really, really allergic to shellfish and when he was still a crazy religious person. It was the last time I was in a Red Lobster.
Now he's not crazy anymore. He's a rational religious person.
He's not as
outspoken.
No, he's still outspoken, but he's
judgy.
not as he's not as like I don't even know if judgy is the right word. Like he used to be like a Bible beater. Like you are going to hell.
Yeah, but the
Here's
people
all
who
the
love to
reasons why.
the people who love to quote the Bible has nothing to do with the things they're mad about.
Well, no, it was more like here's all the things you're doing wrong. Every conversation I had with him when he first became born again was always how I needed to change my life. And he would always be like, it's coming from a place of love. It's because I want you to go to heaven, blah, blah, blah.
Well, no one's more annoying than a recent convert.
Oh, yeah.
In anything, religion or otherwise.
Yeah. But that was around the time of the Red Lobster visit.
Oh,
Couldn't even enjoy my...
Well, what always made me curious about Red Lobster is when it started to be considered a hood restaurant. Because the Red Lobsters that I knew would not have fit that bill. Like when I was a kid, you went to Red Lobster and it was somewhere along the line though, people were like, "Oh, Red Lobster, I don't go in there," because I'm like, "What are you talking about? It's Red Lobster."
It's when it became more affordable. I don't know about hood necessarily, but it definitely was like a marketed toward people with lower incomes because
was it?
My family could never really afford to eat there. Like Red Lobster was like, if you were going to Red Lobster for dinner, that was an event.
Well, that's what I mean. When did it become the other thing where they were?
No, what I'm saying is that for like my family, a lower income family, it was a big deal to go to Red Lobster. And then it slowly became more and more affordable and it wasn't as big of a deal anymore. Because it wasn't like, oh, this is an unattainable price for 3 people or a family to eat. Now they have $20 endless shrimp or $10 endless shrimp.
Right.
John Armstrong, a comedian in Cleveland, has a good explanation of this. I wish I could remember exactly how it went.
No, he's talking about becoming a Republican. He was saying his thing is about how black people are actually Republicans because they don't care about the environment and they're super religious. But he says what we need to do is turn the GOP into a Red Lobster in the 90s.
Right,
and
because
then
black people did love
going
to Red Lobster in the 90s.
Yeah.
But me and him have had like an actual discussion. I was like, hey, explain that all to me. Like in the car one time.
It's in the car.
Yeah.
Hey, Leslie.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I missed you.
What's up?
So to take it back for a brief moment to word nerd stuff, I know that you were talking about gruntled and being whelmed. I have a word that is synonymous with allocate, as in you're making tiny portions of things. In the science community, you make something called an aliquot, which is just the scientific word for allocating samples. And I had a jerk of an ex-boyfriend years ago try to correct me and be like, I think you have the word wrong. And it's like, no. You can Google Dictionary that shrimp and be able to check that out. But I just thought you might like to know another word thing that you're like, oh, didn't even know that was a word of use.
Wait, so what's the word?
It is an aliquot, ALQUIOT.
Oh, wow.
So it's synonymous with allocate, like you're allocating funds to something. But in this case, it's scientific stuff where you're aliquoting samples for storage.
And there's another word that I
He
can't
said,
say.
shut up, you stupid aliquot. Get out of my face.
Well, that's another one. We can't say that one.
No. All right, thank you, Leslie.
Love you, bye.
Bye. There you go.
Aliquot.
I got a break. Want to give me a text for anything, 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop quick messages there too. If you want to go see the Gilmore Project, you a Pink Floyd fan? Gilmore Project is coming through, celebrating the 50th anniversary of Wish You Were Here. They're going to do mid-June out at MGM Northfield Park. And at 4:30, I'll have your next shot to grab $1,000. The next keyword coming up from the Buzzard Bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Variably cloudy skies for your Tuesday with scattered showers and some peaks of sunshine. Highs today around 70. More rain tonight, otherwise mainly cloudy skies with overnight lows in the 60s. For your Wednesday, mostly cloudy with scattered showers, highs in the upper 60s.
This report is sponsored by Take 5 Car Wash. Give your car an ego boost at Take 5 Car Wash, the wash where cars go to get squeaky clean and drivers go to one-up their neighbors. Their tulips look great, but your ride will look even better. Drop by a Take 5 Car Wash today and get a wash that is sure to turn heads. You deserve it. Your ride deserves it.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. I cast my mind back to all of the awful apartments I lived in over the years as a much younger man. And I think about the ones that had like the window AC unit and it would just drip and you would see the wood in the windowsill starting to cut away. No good. Now, I didn't own that place and they certainly weren't going to put money into it. But your home, the place you live and you have invested your hard-earned money in, if you need new windows of any kind, Window Nation is going to have them for you. And they're doing their semi-annual sale right now, which means they're only doing it through the end of this month. So you got a couple of weeks left. They'll give you half off every window they sell and 0% interest for 5 years. In fact, if you call them, schedule your appointment this week, they'll give you an additional bonus off your order. So windownation.com is the very best place to start. Or if you want to call and talk to somebody, that number is 866-90-NATION. Windows are awesome, high-end materials made here in Northeast Ohio. They look great. They are expertly installed. Fantastic crews over there at Window Nation. It's why I've got them in at Casa Cox. And through the end of the month, you can replace your windows and save a bunch of money too. So 50% off every window and 0 interest for 5 years. Schedule your appointment now, windownation.com, or call 866-90-NATION.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
I'm going out with the girls this weekend. Nails done, outfit stunner, and my skin, I know it's gonna be glowing because I glammed up my shower routine with new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. It smells so luxurious and moisturizes deep into my skin with its super rich, creamy lather that's bursting with vitamin B3. So my skin glows and my confidence grows. Try new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash for glowing skin in just 14 days.
Right now during Ram season, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $479 a month for 42 months.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
Now it is time to give stuff away. Alan Cox is giving stuff away.
All right, this summer is going to be lousy with Pink Floyd tribute bands. So I gave off tickets for Brit Floyd last week. Going to be hosting the Skybox there. This week, want to go see the Gilmore Project? Maybe you're partial to Pink Floyd tribute bands. They are performing the 50th anniversary of Wish You Were Here. A great, great album. Friday, June 21st at MGM Northfield Park. You can see the Gilmore Project. Ticketmaster.com will have all of the other details for you. But this pair of tickets for you if you were caller number 10, 2 for the Gilmore Project. Next month. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It's the MC5 from Detroit, Michigan. Kick out the jams. Finally getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Finally. They're in the class of 2024. It's back here in Cleveland, October 15th. It's going to go down at the Romo Fijo. Who else is getting in? Ozzy's getting in as a solo artist. Mary J. Blige is getting in. And Jimmy Buffett and Cher. Frampton and Foreigner, Dave Matthews. Dee Snider of Twisted Sister, he was on the show a while back and was talking about how, hey, do you think we could get these bands in before they're all dead? Because the MC5's drummer died last week, and he was the last original member. Dennis Machine Gun Thompson was the last surviving guy from the MC5, and he died last week. And so none of the guys from that band are going to be there. I think his biological son found him some time ago. Dennis Thompson and his girlfriend at the time, 35, 40 years ago, gave their son up for adoption. And he went looking for his birth parents, and so they reconnected over the past few years. So I think there's some talk of his son being a part of this. MC5 is getting the Musical Excellence Award. That's how they sneak you in. I think that's how Judas Priest got in. I think that's how Buffett's getting in. You know, you're not one of the main people up top, but they still get you in. And Dee Snider was like, look, there's all these bands that we know are going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame eventually because they had a massive influence on music. You know, people associate the birth of punk rock with the Ramones here in the States. 1974, 74, 75 are on there.
But we all know as Panic at the Disco.
Panic at the Disco. Sex Pistols about a year later. They do it over in the UK. But it was really born in Detroit. It was the MC5. It was Iggy and the Stooges in the late 60s. That's the birth of punk rock. And so you know bands like that are going to get in. MC5 has been eligible for 30 years. They got nominated 5 times. They got nominated in 2022 and didn't get in. So they're finally getting in, but they're all dead. Rob Tyner was the singer. Fred Sonic Smith was the guitar player. They both died 30 years ago. I think Rob Tyner had a heart attack. Fred Smith had a heart attack in his car. He was sitting in a parked car waiting for somebody, and he had a heart attack right there in the seat. Mike Davis died 10 years ago. Wayne Kramer just died. He was the best known person from the MC5 because he kept being, first of all, he didn't die 30 years ago. That helps your career a lot. So he would collaborate with people along the way, and he was kind of considered like an elder statesman in the movement. Wayne Kramer just died like 2 months ago. And then Dennis Thompson died last week in Detroit. And so there's nobody left from MC5 to get inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So it's going to have to be black and white supercuts of them playing, and maybe Dennis Thompson's son coming up. But, there have been plenty of acts who have been nominated, and people can argue nonstop, and we always like to toss it around. People can argue nonstop about who should or shouldn't be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's kind of a fool's errand to even have those conversations, because whatever. But if you have acts who are going to get in, to Dee Snider's point, and have had multiple nominations while they're alive, but then they die, and then they induct them posthumously, it's less fun. I mean, Donna Summer died before she got inducted. 10 years ago when we were at the when it was still a public hall, and they inducted Lou Reed, when Laurie Anderson got up to induct Lou Reed, he had died. Frank Zappa didn't get inducted until after he died. All kinds of people who get nominated, they're on those lists while they're alive. It's a race against and obviously you don't know when someone's going to die, but the point being, these people are going to get in. So, when they're getting on in years, maybe just go, hey, I mean, by all available data, Ozzy Osbourne should be getting in posthumously. Nobody thought Ozzy Osbourne was still going to be alive. How old's Ozzy now? 76?
Something like that.
Something like that. Came through, did the MMS 50th anniversary show out at Blossom. That was friggin' 5 years ago, right? 6 years ago?
Yeah.
When did we turn 50? 2018?
I was still drinking, yeah.
Holy cow.
2018.
Happy 56th birthday to WMMS, by the way. So, yeah, Dee Snider's right. Put these people in because a lot of bands are like, oh, it's one original member left. Fine. Again, you don't know when somebody's going to die. But you hate to just have to grab somebody. You appoint someone to induct them. And then you go, here's a montage of when they were playing live. And then maybe somebody comes out and covers one of their songs. Somebody will probably come out and do Kick Out the Jams. That would be appropriate. I think it should be Ozzy and Dave Matthews and Cher doing the All-Star Jam to kick out the jams. All together. Bill, do you have hot celebrity goss?
Oh, boy, do I.
All right. Let me give away this money, and then we will get right to this week's installment with Perez Bilton. This is $1,000, and it's going to go to somebody. I hope it goes to you. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
What's up, my Goss Guzzlers? Lean over that center console in your car and get a nice, hot, steaming load of goss.
The center console.
Yeah, it's like because they're driving, most of them.
Yeah.
All right, let's start things off. LeBron was seen at the Cavs game last night. And now people are speculating, is LeBron coming back to Cleveland? Is he going to try and team up with Bronny here? There's a lot of stuff like that, but there's also a pretty significant accomplishment. According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
This is the first time LeBron didn't complain to the refs all night at a playoff game.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
That's growth.
Yeah. Now, did I? Yes. Taylor Swift. Her fans are kind of mad at another Taylor Swift fan because at a Taylor Swift concert in France, there's a picture of a baby on the floor. And the mom's just kind of dancing and enjoying the concert. And people are just up in arms about someone bringing a baby to a Taylor Swift concert. And rightly so. I don't think it's a good place for a baby. But if you can't get a sitter, you're not going to miss that concert, right? So let's not go too hard on her. And according to inside sources.
Inside sources.
Even though there's been a baby at a Taylor Swift concert, there's never been a baby conceived at a Taylor Swift concert. That record is intact.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
And finally.
Intact like a hymen, Bill?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
And then finally, Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue has released the upcoming models. And one of them is 69-year-old CBS News anchor Gayle King. Yeah. She looks good. Nice. She looks real good for a 69-year-old. And according to Inside Sources, Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue is still a thing. I had no idea. I thought they were gone. I thought Sports Illustrated closed.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez built-in. Ooh.
Yeah, are you sure they didn't bring it back just for Gayle King?
I mean, if you're going to move magazines in 2024, I think a 69-year-old lady is the way to do it.
Right. So she's going to be in a bikini?
Yeah, she's in a bikini. And
are there pictures online? Did they leak
they're
those?
Up there. There's some out there. She looks pretty good. She's in good shape.
Gayle King. Oh, on the cover of Sports Illustrated at 69.
Nice.
Wow. Oh, here's an article. Why it matters.
Oh.
I mean, I didn't think it mattered. We just thought, here's some scantily clad gals on Sports Illustrated. Hunter McGrady, Kate Upton, and Chrissy Teigen. Also. Huh?
It's not Chrissy Teigen?
It is Teigen, I believe.
A different one?
Norwegian.
Is this not John Legend's
John Legend's wife, yes.
Teigen. Where have you heard that?
They did one of those genealogy things, and they told her your name's actually pronounced Teigen.
So she's been pronouncing her own name wrong.
Well, they went back and she didn't realize she had Norwegian ancestors.
Huh.
And they said it was Teigen. I'm sure she's not going to change the way she pronounces it.
But you will.
I will for her.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, Norway, I don't have Norwegian ancestors, but if she's not going to do it, somebody should.
Why?
That's a good question. Nevertheless, so the 60th anniversary of the swimsuit edition. Here's Gayle King. If you're watching the live stream, I'll show you the photo there. Yeah, listen, she looks like a woman. I mean, she's in, I don't know what kind of shape a 69-year-old woman is in. So she looks fine. She's on television, so obviously she's somebody who's going to keep herself fit. Martha Stewart was 81, and she was on last year. They made a big deal about that. Now, I'm ambivalent on this kind of stuff because on the one hand, I think it's something that there's nothing wrong with celebrating it. On the other hand, some people are like, why are we obsessed with older women still looking hot? Why do we have to have older women in bathing suits? And I'm like, well, no one's forcing you to look at Sports Illustrated. I'm with Bill. I didn't even know this is a thing anymore.
I thought there was a whole thing like because they had AI, like fake people that were AI, writing all their articles. Like they went out of business and they weren't even doing anything anymore. So I was shocked when I saw this article.
And again, Gayle's in a one piece, right? She's not running around in a bikini. And I didn't know that she was 69 years old. I thought she was older than that.
I also don't think that they're like, look at how hot Gayle King is. They're like, hey, let's put a diverse lineup in here. I think that's probably more what it is because she's not like a fitness model. You know, like you said, she looks good, but she's not. I don't even know.
No, you're right. Yeah, she's not.
Perfect. You know what I mean?
This is not her element.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Aren't the only cover stars in the room right now. I'm trying to find this next cover star. She is right here.
She's right here.
So Gayle.
Jesus H. She didn't know she was going to be on the cover.
I'm on the cover. Get on the
cover. You are officially.
They told me I was just going to be
Sports Illustrated swimsuit cover girl.
It's got a dummy cover. It is. No.
Now, do you think she's terrified to be on the cover, or do you think she's happy? You think that's a happy surprise?
That's a happy surprise.
Okay.
Why wouldn't it be? You're
Well,
gonna be
because
in it anyway.
Yeah, no, I know, but I mean, on the cover is who everybody sees, right? I mean,
Yeah, but
real. It's real.
This is going to be on the newsstand?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Congratulations. Oh, my God, guys.
Gorgeous you look.
Did you know I was going to be on the cover?
No.
They always told me I was going to be on the inside. Oh, my God.
boy, look how skinny Kate Upton got.
Yeah.
Wow. I know her
I
uncle.
thought Kate Upton had always been little like
Kate
that.
Upton was really curvy. Like that was kind of her claim to fame for a while, is that she was,
Who am I?
I don't know. I mean, I think she's lovely, but I mean, she's,
she was never like, she had giant jugs and I don't know.
But she wasn't a
was never, like-
stick.
yeah,
I mean,
she wasn't a stick for sure.
Right. Well, there you go. Gayle King on the cover. Good
doing
for her.
That cat dance where boobs are all bouncing around.
But you got to keep that train rolling, right? I mean, if Martha Stewart broke the seal on, ladies later in life, then you put Gayle King on, although you'll notice the age is moving backwards. So, I mean, you can't go too low or it's not titillating anymore. You can't go from 81 to 69 to like 52 and have people go, Because, as you guys know, 50 is the new 25.
Spry, young.
I am spry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say young. I'm going to be 53 next month. But
What day?
I don't know. I've never been told. Never been told.
Almost hit him.
Christy Brinkley is 70. Oh, God, Elon Musk's mom. You ever seen Elon Musk's mom? It's like Cruella DeVille. Mae Musk is going to be in this anniversary issue. Tyra Banks, Molly Sims, Paulina Poroskova, all of whom are in their 50s. So this is almost like a supermodel throwback issue. Hey, look at all the women who, have done this for a while. And so
it's just,
I don't have a problem with that. But again, to your point, I didn't even know this was a thing you'd walk by the Hudson News of the airport and even see it anymore.
It used to be such a big deal because they put the hottest women in there and, we didn't get that stuff served to us on our phones constantly.
It
So, it was like softcore porn almost. Like, you're like, oh, yeah, these hot chicks. I got this magazine. I can look at that, but it's not naked, so my wife can't get as mad or something. I don't know what the justification was, but now it's just like, I don't know who it's for.
Well, and then ESPN had to fight back with the body issue.
Yeah.
Where they're all naked.
Yeah. But they put dudes, too, so it's like, hey, we got dudes, too.
Yeah. Well, it should be equal opportunity. Those guys are in good shape.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all in good shape, right? I mean, the body issue is athletes.
Yeah.
And Gayle King ain't going to be on the cover of that. Even though she's probably really into pickleball. But they should have pickleball athletes on the cover of ESPN. So anyway, congratulations. Gayle King. Still getting paid over there at CBS. She's the last woman standing. And now she's on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I've got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192. To do that, you can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Fan asks, has anyone on the show ever tried a butt plug?
is sponsored by Murphy Tractor.
Murphy Tractor and Equipment is your source for John Deere construction equipment rental. We rent a variety of equipment that's fully serviced, fueled, and ready to get to work. Let Murphy Tractor be your first choice for your construction equipment rental needs. Visit us online at murphytractor.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Guardians baseball tonight on the Buzzard. They got one over on the Texas Rangers last night in Dallas. 7-0 was the final score there. They will play them again tonight. 8:05 is your first pitch from wherever the Rangers play. Guardians Rangers tonight on the Buzzard. 8:05. Your pregame gets going around 7:35. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from out of state, tell me where. I like to make sure that the appropriate people are placed back here on our map of bureau chiefs. If you are listening out in the hinterlands and need Alan Cox Show stickers, I'm always happy to send those out. I sent out a batch of them this morning, as a matter of fact. Zach listens in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, right there on the Maryland border. Melanie is in Smithville, Tennessee. Bonnie's down in Marietta, Georgia. Jonathan listens in Clanton, Alabama. Clanton. David's in Chandler, Arizona. Catherine is in Columbus. That's in Ohio, yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I've heard.
And Annie is in Ogden, Utah. So thank you one and all.
I know Ogden.
Ogden, Utah. Have you performed there?
I have not performed there, but I've been there. I think I have an uncle that lives out there.
Oh.
Aunt and uncle.
All right. Still in the LDS, I assume.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I don't really hang out with them. Right?
You sent me the bloody 9 pounds video.
Dude.
Which is pretty good.
It's so funny.
2 British twins are complaining. Well, one is complaining about the fact that the ice creams from the ice cream van are so inordinately expensive. And she's very upset. I got to tell you, I'm confused by British currency. Pounds and quid and pence and I don't know, they kind of, pounds and quid seem to be interchangeable. Maybe British Alan can get us hip to this. What pounds and quid and pence are all worth over there. I know here in the States, Bill, pence is only worth a failed insurrection. Oh, Mary, you get it? Here's these 2 girls complaining to their mother about what the... now, they do have thick accents, but if you're watching, there is... it's captioned, but it's still funny to listen to.
Girls, what's just happened?
So, there's an ice cream van there selling just 2 ice creams with 2 chewing gums in it.
Yeah.
For bloody £9 for 2 of them.
£9 for 2?
Yeah, £9. That is going to get nowhere. The one that comes on my street is either £1 a p or £2. That is going to get nowhere with that.
No, he ain't, is it?
No, he ain't.
That's well bad, isn't it?
Yeah, you should know. And he only does bloody card. Stood there with my cash. Bloody hell.
That's well bad, isn't it?
Bloody well bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet he can hear me.
I bet he can hear me. Bloody hell. I thought bloody hell, by the way, is like a curse over there. I didn't realize that like little children were hip to...
Oh, there's an ice cream van there selling just 2 ice creams.
He's selling 2 ice creams with chewing gum in each for £9 bloody pounds. 9 quid for 2 ice creams.
Oh, that's ridiculous, isn't it?
She's like little Emma Watson. She looks like Emma Watson when she was playing Hermione back in the day. When all the Harry Potter kids were still actual kids.
With 2 chewing gums in it.
Yeah.
For bloody £9 for 2 of them.
£9 for 2?
Yeah, £9. That is going to get nowhere. The one that comes on my street is either £1 a p or £2. Like, he's going to get nowhere with that.
No, he ain't.
He's going to get nowhere with that. Well, I hope that this guy driving the ice cream van really got a talking to. I hope that he got a stern warning, because she's giving him info on the ground. Granted, she's closer to it than the rest of us, but she's given him usable, valuable market research. £9 for 2 ice creams with chewing gum in each.
No, he ain't.
That's well bad, isn't
Yeah,
it?
you should know. And he only does bloody card. Stood there with my cash.
He stood there with my cash that my mum gave me. Yeah.
Bloody hell.
That's well bad, isn't it?
Bloody well bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Betty can hear me.
Betty can hear me.
Betty can hear me.
And then they just run off and go back to playing. I bet he can hear me. £9 for 2 ice creams.
With a little bit of bubble gum in it. That's my favorite part.
Quid is slang like a buck. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know if it was a, okay, well, that makes sense then. So quid is like, hey, give me, you got £4. That would be £4, $4. I didn't know if there was a pounds to quid conversion, or if it's just apples to apples.
1877 cars for quids.
Mary Santora performing live in Manhattan tonight.
Hey.
Where?
No, today I'm going bowling. Tomorrow.
Mary Santora bowling tonight
Tomorrow
at
night.
Astoria Bowl. What's it called?
Melody Lanes.
Melody Lanes.
That old man was not there last time. Maybe he'll be there this time.
All right.
Tomorrow you can find me in Long Island City and then at the Stand.
Long Island City. Gonna go out there.
That's right next to where she is.
Canceled
Oh, it is really?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's right next
It's
to
actually closer
Astoria.
to Manhattan. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm thinking of.
Long Island.
Well, I'm thinking farther out. Yeah.
Yeah, Long Island is different than Long Island City.
All right. But they're all, if memory serves, New York City.
Indeed.
Alan, they used to say bloody hell in the Harry Potter movies, so I don't think it's too bad. Oh, yeah, I saw all those movies. I didn't read the books, but bloody hell. All right. Well, I like it.
I
like
to
those
say
kids.
Bloody all the time when I was a kid.
Because you thought it was a cheat, yeah?
No, it's just me and my friends got really into Monty Python, so we would talk with a British accent all the time, and it would drive our parents insane. And I'd just be like, bloody hell. And they'd be like, don't say that. I'm like,
well, they
I
didn't
just
like
said
that.
bloody,
They probably
and I
just didn't
said
like the
L.
hell part.
I'm like, I'm not saying hell, I'm saying L. And they're like, that's just a workaround. And I was like, all right, well, and I'd say something like, you with all your bloody rules.
You got to give me something, Mom and Dad. I'm sure Mormon parents know all the workarounds, by the way.
Oh, man.
Because they're going to catch you.
Fetch was, that was what we'd say instead of the F word when we were missionaries.
What the fetch?
Yeah. Yep. We made fetch happen.
Right, but it was still intended to connote a curse.
Yeah, and so
wouldn't
that's
that in and of itself be bad?
That's what people would say. Like, well, you're still just basically turning that into a curse word.
Yeah.
And that's also bad. And we'd be like, look at this fetcher over here.
Mother fetcher?
Yeah.
All right.
Fetching snitch.
Kids are going to figure it out.
I was in a work meeting earlier today, and one of my coworkers accused another coworker of making a straw man argument, and I replied, it's not really a straw man, it's more of a hey boy. And no one got it, and everyone looked at me like I was crazy, and I lost a little bit of faith in humanity. See ya.
Oh, Matt's out there trying to fight the good fight.
I like a hey boy argument.
You fooled me with a hey boy. We will randomly mention hey boys at Casa Cox, just out of the blue. Got me with a hey boy. For people who haven't, Mary doesn't get the reference. If you've never seen the Weird Al movie called Weird, it is a completely manufactured biopic for Weird Al Yankovic, but it is so funny. And he tried to fool his parents by sneaking out, and he would make a hay-shaped boy. And his dad, who was, like a farmer type, would be like, "You got me with a hay boy." Whip the comforter back, and
love it.
Al was gone, left a hay boy in his place.
I need to watch that again. I watched it when it came out. I haven't seen it. It came out almost 2 years ago.
I think so, yeah.
Jeez.
It's on Roku channel.
Yeah.
Time isn't real, man.
Why? What's the matter with that?
2 years ago? I felt like that was like 6 months ago.
No. It came out September 8th, 2022. Year and a half ago, yeah. And it is stacked with great performances and actors. Julianne Nicholson plays his mom. Thomas Lennon, I think, is he's the accordion salesman when his dad, Toby Huss, plays his dad, who, of course, was the Wiz back in the day on Seinfeld. He was the Wiz, and nobody beat him. Evan Rachel Wood is Madonna. Weird Al's in it, but he plays the head of the record company or something, and Daniel Radcliffe plays Weird Al. It's just a bonkers movie, and it's great. Jack Black's in it. That's for Mary. He plays Wolfman Jack. And Rainn Wilson is Dr. Demento. Will Forte's in it. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Might not be everybody's cup of tea, but Matt, at least trying to keep the flame lit with a Hey Boy reference at work. I got me with a Hey Boy. And that's actually more fun, by the way, if people just stare at you and have no idea what you're talking about. Like here on the show, when I'll mention things and I'm met with utter silence because nobody knows what I'm talking about.
From the 40s, nobody was there.
Yeah, but you guys are mentioning stuff from the 90s. How do you think I and my ilk in the audience feel?
Well,
you were around in the 90s.
Yeah, but I'm not watching Aladdin when I'm in college.
Yeah, but Aladdin's one of those movies that people have seen. Even, like, you have kids. It's crazy you didn't watch it with them.
My kids don't like fun.
They like different. They like different kinds of fun. They like different kinds of fun. What am I gonna
like studying?
I'm gonna
A
chastise
quarter bagel and an abacus.
I'm gonna chastise my 8-year-old because she doesn't like Frozen. She's doing me a favor. Gwen and I did. This was probably a year and it's probably during COVID. We did a Zoom. God, what was it? Oh, a Zoom trivia night with a bunch of friends. There were like 16 of us or something. We were the only 2 people who didn't get the Frozen question. We had no idea what they were talking about. Everybody else, they were blown away. They're like, you have a little girl. We're like, she couldn't care less about Frozen. Doesn't care. She even went to see Frozen live a few months back with her grandparents. They went to the Detroit Opera House, and they saw Frozen, or the Fisher Center or something like that, and they saw Frozen live. And I was like, how was it? She's like, it was good. Like, it was cool. It was like as a live performance, it was cool.
It's crazy because she's such good friends with my niece.
Yeah.
Eliza. And Eliza definitely had a very significant Frozen era.
Yeah.
Where she was dressing like Elsa every day. She's like, where's my Elsa dress? I need my dress.
And she was the majority of girls that age. They do, a few months back when they were doing Frozen on Ice down here at the Romo Fijo, and I'm leaving work one night, and downtown is just nothing but little girls in costumes and dads who look like they want to chew a grenade. And I'm like, what is happening down here? And, of course, I Googled events at the Romo Fijo, and it was Frozen Live. And they were doing like 4, 3 nights and then 2 on Sunday. I was like, oh, my God. My kid's doing me a favor. I mean, for all I know, that movie could be great.
It's pretty good. It's not bad.
And at some point, we'll probably end up watching that movie. But as for now, she doesn't care.
Well, I would say
she wants to watch Simpsons and
try
Bob's
Aladdin.
Burgers. Huh?
Try Aladdin with her.
I've tried. Trust me. I'm not an alien. I've put these things in front of her, as movies that should appeal to, traditionally, people of her gender and age. I'm like, want to watch this? Nope. Okay. I'm not going to push it. But yes, she talks to your niece every day. Every single day they're on Minecraft together. So I'm like, well, she would know more about it than I would. She wanted nothing to do with it. So no, my kids like fun. But, I don't put my stuff on my kids. I never have. Obviously my older kids didn't grow up with me. So they were more marinated in their mom's whatever. But I don't put my stuff on my kids. My kids like French movies. You know what? You can kiss my ass.
We like the French cinema.
Did you watch any of the Seinfeld speech at Duke?
No.
Talking to the kids?
No.
I'm going to try and reach across a couple generations here to tell you the most important thing I am confident that I know about life. I'm 70. I'm done. You are just starting. I only want to help you. The slightly uncomfortable feeling of awkward humor is okay. It's not something you need to fix. I totally admire the ambitions of your generation to create a more just and inclusive society. I think it is also wonderful that you care so much about not hurting other people's feelings.
What was that?
Went away.
Faded out.
Well, that was
He's
weird.
getting canceled right there.
Yep, that's it. FCC said no more.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. What's going on? I want to play that whole thing. Oh, I think this thing had a thing in it wasn't supposed to have, obviously.
To create a more just and inclusive society. I think it is also wonderful that you care so much about not hurting other people's feelings in the 1,000,001 ways we all do that every second of every day. It's lovely to want to fix those things, but, all caps, but, what I need to tell you as a comedian, do not lose your sense of humor. You can have no idea at this point in your life how much you are going to need it to get through. Not enough of life makes sense for you to be able to survive it without humor. And I know all of you here are going to use all of your brains and muscle and soul to improve the world, and I know you're going to do a bang-up job. And when you're done, as I am now, I bet the world, because of you, will be a much better place. But it will still not make a whole hell of a lot of sense. It'll be a better, different, but still pretty insane mess. And it is worth the sacrifice of an occasional discomfort to have some laughs. Don't lose that. Even if it's at the cost of occasional hard feelings, it's okay. You gotta laugh. That is the one thing at the end of your life you will not wish you did less of. Humor is the most powerful, most survival, essential quality you will ever have or need to navigate through the human experience.
Not bad. He didn't get crotchety or, got the point across. Well, I mean, you can certainly see why they walked out.
Well, they walked out before he was. They're not walking out because he's giving the
What?
speech. They're walking out because of his support of Israel.
Of course, they missed all of it.
Yeah.
But you know what? I don't know if humor is the most survival essential trait.
I think it's water.
I was going to say, I don't know if how well jokes are going to serve us when the shrimp hits the fan.
No one's crawling through the desert going, I need jokes.
My friend's hurt. Is there a comedian in the house? Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Al, we had a British foreign exchange student, and somebody stole her notebook, and she yelled, "Who snatched me bloody pad?" Is it the 28th already, Ethel? No, hey boy is not a pun. That's kind of why I explained it to people, because Matt's call, he got the joke. But hey, if you haven't seen that Weird Al movie, hey boy is it's
a literal hey boy. It's very literal.
Boy made of hay.
Yeah.
Boy made of hay. A hey boy.
I think people are assuming it's a pun because when, the way he used it on the call was straw man argument into a hey boy argument. That's a pun.
That's right.
But it was in reference, I imagine, to the hey boy from Weird.
And what is a pun?
What do you mean?
It's just Bill's going over the top explaining, so I feel like he should explain what a pun is as well.
No.
Oh, well, I mean, some people thought hey boy was something we made up, and I'm like, we want to make it clear that it wasn't something we made up. Alan, water is not a trait.
That's true, too.
You get what we're saying, right? I mean,
well, no, because he's
point of
talking
communication.
about personal traits.
Yes, I understand. But again, okay, let's take that. Post-apocalypse, I don't know if humor is going to be a trait that's going to keep you from being murdered.
And what would be? Determination?
Water, Mary. Water is a trait.
Your water trait?
Yes. Yeah. I become liquid. All I know
When
is
this can be a trait.
people love to tell the story about how being funny kept them from ass kickings when they were kids. I was funny. I never once got saved from an ass kicking because I made somebody laugh.
You have anger-inducing humor that.
Not when I was 5.
Oh yeah.
What is anger-inducing humor?
Puns.
I wasn't making puns when I was 5. I make them now because they pay the bills.
You were getting beat up at 5.
I was getting beat up from kindergarten on. That's when most people get beat up, is in kindergarten. I just continued to get beat up. Most people are done by the 1st or 2nd grade. And I never once, that I recall, I don't ever once recall them going, this guy, because that's the story you always hear from comedians, right? I found out I was funny, and it kept me from getting an ass kicking.
That was literally what
Not once.
Should have been funnier.
Yeah, maybe you weren't that funny. Maybe you thought you were funny, and everyone else is like, this dude's a tryhard.
Everybody told me I was funny. Why do you think I went down that road? It was the only thing I had going. I wasn't cool. So, yeah, it never kept me from an ass kicking, that I recall anyway.
Maybe it did, and you just didn't even know it was happening because
Maybe they beat it out of me.
Well,
Maybe
no, because they're like, we were planning on beating Alan up, but he was funny today, so they're not going to tell you we're not going to beat you up.
Yeah, that's true. You don't know what somebody didn't do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Funny how that works.
Alan, I couldn't say funk because it was too close. Yeah, too close to what? Hey, boy?
To fetch.
Get your funkin' fetching head in here and she'll clean up for dinner. I got a break. I want to go see Dane Cook. Speaking of funny people, if he's your cup of tea, Dane Cook is the Fresh New Flavor Tour is what he's calling it, and it's going to get him to the Akron Civic Theater in October. So you'll be sitting on these for a minute, but I'll have them for you after the break. And then the very last chance today for you to win some money is the next keyword coming. There's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie up at 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, a chance of showers and thunderstorms down to 59. More showers and thunderstorms possible tomorrow with a high of 70. Partly sunny Thursday, maybe slight chance of rain. Thursday's high, 73.
This report is sponsored by Take 5 Car Wash. New membership pricing just dropped at Take 5 Car Wash, and you're not going to believe it. Join Take 5 Unlimited for the price of just one wash per month. And wash again and again and again and again. Endless washes for the price of just one wash. Join Take 5 Unlimited today.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. So it's not technically summer yet, but it sure feels like it. And so you got to snatch the opportunities when you can to be out in the backyard, on the deck, or the patio, whatever it is, right? Everybody's probably full-on grilling already, but you might want to upgrade what's going on back there. You could be forgiven for hanging on to your backyard furniture for a bit longer. And yeah, you're going to have a couple of those knock-around pieces that you can yank out if maybe more people showed up to the party than you expected. But you want to have nice furniture back there. And Northeast Factory Direct always has a ton of it in stock, ready to put back there as we speak, and you'll save a ton of money on it. So outdoor sectionals and dining sets and fire pits, everything backyard, deck, or patio related, they're going to have you covered, and you're going to save yourself a ton of money too. Remember on the east side, that Euclid location, they've got their big outlet center set up there for you as well with even bigger savings. But all throughout Northeast Ohio, you're going to find Northeast Factory Direct. Again, nothing fancy if you've been there, but inside you'll find great stuff. So West 140th in Cleveland, that Euclid location on the east side, they're down in Macedonia. They're in North Canton, and you can look around anytime at northeastfactorydirect.com.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the 2023 Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your Frontier in the 2023
to Daily Dad Jokes on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Daily Dad Jokes and start listening.
It's time to give. Hey, time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Dane Cook back on the road on the Fresh New Flavor Tour and coming to the Akron Civic Theater on Thursday night, October the 24th. Ticketmaster.com will have the details for you, but I'll have these tickets for you about this time all week. So I want to go see Dane Cook. You and a friend can be there. Call her 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
I got your last chance today. Grab some money here, about 8 minutes. 5:30 is the next $1,000 from the Buzzard booking, and we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning. We are out this Friday, but tomorrow and Thursday I will have more of those Dane Cook tickets for you for people who are hitting me up for those. Next week, I will have Nick Swardson tickets. They announced that tour this morning. He's going out on the Toilet Head tour. I assume maybe that's a reference to his drinking to excess, maybe, right? His head in the toilet a lot?
Yeah.
He's going to do the Goodyear Theater. That's in Akron, yeah?
Yep.
Saturday, September 21st. So if you're a Nick Swardson fan, I will have those tickets for you next week. I will also have more Funny Bus tickets for you. We do that every Wednesday in May and June. Bill and I are your alternating hosts week to week, but that's a lot of fun. Third Eye Blind is doing July 5 out at Blossom. I have those tickets for you. Band called Whiskey Myers, if you're hip to them. They're kind of like a Southern rock thing. And Rise Against, Mary Santora's favorite band.
She just likes when they talk.
I do really like, yeah, you're right. I'm in it for the commentary.
For all the patter.
Actually.
Yeah. Rise Against play in the Agora on October 20th. So I will have all those for you next week. They also announced a second Kevin Hart show. I guess in retrospect, maybe he should have just done the Romo Fijo.
I still think it's probably just or maybe he likes the idea of doing multiple theater
Yeah.
shows.
He was
Mark
already
Twain
doing
award winner.
He was already doing Friday, November 15th at Playhouse Square. They have added the next night. So Friday and Saturday, November 15th and 16th, he will do which theater at Playhouse Square? State Theater.
State,
Yep,
yeah.
State Theater. So the tickets will go on sale tomorrow. That's your pre-sale, and then Friday morning, Kevin Hart's website. But he has added 9 dates to the entire tour, but he already had it booked here in Cleveland. We are the second to last date on his tour. He only has Philadelphia after Cleveland. So you're going to get him when he's just burned the fetch out. And this is probably work for a new special, yeah?
Yeah.
Because who else is doing? When we talked to Nikki Glazer, she taped her special in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where Bill Burr is taping his new special. I think the same theater. So it must be a popular joint. Some people are really, really tuned into the room. Are you guys like that? Some people are really, you got to know the...
Well, when they have the
they're just
options
really-
that they do, I mean, Bill Burr can do it anywhere. So he goes, I can do.
No, but like when you're performing somewhere, are you really tuned into the room? Like some people, huh?
What do you mean by tuned into?
Well,
the
like
room?
you do a sound check, you visit, you want to see what the layout is, you want to know where people are going to be. I mean, some people are very. I
mean, I did that.
About
I did all that stuff.
The venue
for the Agora, just because the film crew needed all that stuff. They needed all that information.
You also have to think, Alan, we're not really choosing
Yeah.
where we're performing.
No, but
If
you
people
go ahead
let
of
us-
time.
But what is the difference going to be?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, I will ask
I
questions.
don't. I do not.
To make sure that they have sound, that they have lights, that the situation is going to. Are their chairs facing the table? Are the TVs going to be on? So it's a different checklist that we have compared to what Bill Burr and Nikki are.
No, understood.
doing.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
different with theater, but even people who do theaters, some of them are like, I don't care. I'll get out there and, that's my job. And other people are like, I like to know what it's going to sound like. I like to know where
But you can't even really know what it's going to sound like until
There's
it's full of
people in
people
there. Yeah. I never
But like when
really
you were
saw
doing
full-
college gigs, you wouldn't go look at the room?
I don't care.
Okay.
Because the gig is going to, there's either going to be people in there or there isn't. The room doesn't change.
I understand.
Do you get, like, the space that I'm doing it in doesn't.
Your
doesn't
responsibility is the act.
dictate- Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
really dictate, unless it's like outside or
No, I'm with you.
something.
I just-
It doesn't really dictate how the performance is going to go.
Some people get really into the details of the venue.
Yeah, for anyone that I've ever worked with doing a theater show, you do the sound check just to make sure, mostly so your monitors are where you want them to be, because they're gonna turn it up loud enough for everybody to hear, and then everything else is it's pretty simple. And like I worked with done plenty of theater shows where usually the comic shows up 8 minutes before they're going on stage.
Just get the mic out of the stand and you're good
Pretty
to go.
much.
Yeah. Well, I don't know who said it first, but it's becoming
me.
Probably Bill Squire said it first. That television is come full circle and it is back to being cable, because all the streamers now are, the days of peak TV are over.
They want live events now.
Well, they're all bundling too. So in the
Max, right?
Well, yeah, when the subscriptions all kind of plateau, they're like, oh, we gotta. There's mergers, and so Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery, they're merging, I think. So they're going to be launching, and a lot of people, if you're like me and you subscribe to every goddamn thing, you don't know what goes with what. So you kind of have to drill down on these things when they launch them. They're going to launch the Disney Plus, Hulu, Max bundle. Like I already pay, like my Disney and Hulu are already bundled with ESPN. And so now they're going to be bundling Max in with this whole thing too. This summer.
See, now this is where I get confused, because it's like I have all three of those. Do I have to cancel all three and re-sign up for the bundle?
This is why I'm saying you kind of got to drill down on these, because there was a good year
annoying.
where I didn't realize that Gwen and I were both paying for Disney Plus, because she had done a thing. I was paying what I thought was the bundle, but she was still paying like through her phone carrier because it had been part of their thing or something. And so
this is how they're getting everybody.
This is how they get everybody, because people go,
You're paying
oh,
for it
okay,
8 times.
yeah. So Disney, Warner, Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, that thing, and then Comcast announced today that they will be bundling Peacock, Netflix, Apple TV. They're still trying to get a lot of people to watch Peacock. I'm finding out that Apple TV, if you're like a sci-fi nerd, Apple TV is like low-key, like the place now for really good sci-fi shows. And I don't know that they're really marketing it that way or talking about it, but there are a lot of good, like that kind of original programming on Apple TV. So if you are somebody who, and again, there's people who are like, I have Netflix, that's it. And I get that too. But the more of these mergers and bundles they announce, it's worth taking a second to figure out what you're actually paying for.
Yeah, because I have the Disney, Hulu, ESPN bundle, and I have HBO Max, so if that gets, I can add that in there. would love to just kick out I don't need the ESPN thing.
I never watch ESPN, so that's something that goes wasted in my bundle.
Well, the only thing I want ESPN for is for live sports, but you can't watch that on there without a cable subscription. So I have that through Discovery.
Yeah,
I'm going to say
not Discovery. The DirecTV.
DirecTV.
This might be one of the things that annoys me the most about like the time we're living in, where it's like get rid of all of it and go back to one cable service. I truly feel like I would be happier if it was just, nobody needs this many options. Nobody needs this many options for entertainment. Go back to having 40 channels and whatever's on is on.
Well, that's what we have. The streamers are just channels. That's why people are like, streaming is cable now.
Not at all, because each one of those has TV shows and movies that are made specifically for Netflix or Apple TV or, like you said, sci-fi or this or that. It's ridiculous to me. It's just a way to take all of our money. Go back to just having DirecTV or whatever the first cable was. And if you don't want that, have 4 channels. All of this, it just seems so unnecessary.
Well, but also nobody's forcing anyone to subscribe to any of these.
But they kind of are. Because they're like, you can't get any entertainment anywhere else unless you have this. Unless you have Netflix. Like Bill just said, you cannot watch live sports unless you have this. You cannot watch this unless you have that.
Because basically 4 companies own everything now, they do make it kind of prohibitively.
Well, it's like when Peacock's like, hey, the game's on tonight and it's only available on Peacock. And people are like, I don't know how to get Peacock. These old people trying to figure out streaming. They're just, I'm just trying to watch it on NBC.
Right.
I know NBC. It's Channel 3. It's easy.
Well, but that's the beauty of something like Roku is you just go in and search and it tells you where it is. So you're not, I go, I want to watch this. And it goes, this is on Peacock.
I want you to watch Grandma try and search for something on Roku and tell me how easy it is.
You just go to search.
Doesn't matter.
It does not.
Really?
Yes.
It's not easy.
But doesn't she text on her phone?
No.
She doesn't?
No.
Oh, she's full,
she has
Luddite.
She has an iPad that I got her that she uses and only uses Facebook Messenger.
Right, but she knows how to operate a typewriter. It's a QWERTY keyboard. You go to search, and then you type in what you want to watch.
Right, but...
Yeah, but how do you get to search?
It literally says... Roku comes up. Like, Roku's my hub. When I turn my TV on, Roku comes up. In the menu, right there, search.
Yeah, but you have to scroll down to it. And you have to be...
She can't scroll down?
Well, you have to scroll over to it, too. Yeah, listen, I'm telling you.
I believe you.
It seems like it's real easy for her. No. It is rocket science.
But she had cable, conceivably, at some point.
And she watches 2 channels.
There's no searching on cable.
No. What I'm saying is...
On cable, you type in the number that you have memorized,
What I'm
and that's
saying
it.
is she knows how to take a remote and scroll down to the word search.
But then typing it in from a remote is a whole nother game. Or having to do a capital letter, or trying to find a dash, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, okay.
Or forgetting your password.
Well, no, that's all.
God,
that's all password stuff. I fully understand that. I'm just saying, if you're looking for a show, you go to search, you type in Severance, and it'll say.
But her having to type it in with a Roku remote is it will take.
It's an impossibility.
It will take the rest of her life.
I had a TV years ago that had a keyboard on the back of the remote. So you just flip the remote over, and it was a hard keyboard. That you would just use
that's
that.
Nice. And you can do, like, I have no problem with any of this. I'm savvy with all this stuff. But someone like Grandma, it is
I didn't realize
daunting.
That. Really?
Very daunting for her. She's not, I mean, even when she wants to, like, when I send her pictures, every once in a while I have to, like, remind her how to download them and show her what the difference is between something saved in her photos versus something saved on Facebook.
Okay.
And stuff like that.
I guess I thought that maybe even with older people, there's like a minimum amount of savvy.
No.
No, there isn't. Okay.
No.
No.
All right.
My mom's kind of okay with this stuff. My dad's terrible with it. He doesn't understand a lot of that stuff either. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a guy.
I guess my thought is
that emailed me. He's 45 years old, and he said, "I don't know how to do this stuff because he hasn't been focused on that, in his life, and I don't get upset with him because he's doing other things. He's not the guy on his phone all the time or using computers all the time. He's doing other stuff. We're used to it, but there's still plenty of people that aren't.
Okay. I guess I just figured like everybody's sent an email or used the keyboard, I got money here for you. It's $1,000. If you don't know how to text, you have no shot at winning this money. Otherwise, listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
And, people are pointing out that terrestrial television is still a thing. Of course it is. It has been for a while. You get all these, you get an antenna on your TV. You got no shortage of HD side channels and things like that. But most people, they're like, well, I'll subscribe to one service. And whatever I don't have on that service, I won't get to see that show.
Until it shows up.
Yeah.
If it were, I don't use any of it. I mean, I rarely have my TV on. That is the one thing when we talk about waste of time. I feel like watching TV is a pretty big waste of time. So I generally am only watching a show or a movie or something. I'm like, must really want to watch that show or movie for me to go out of my way to sit down and watch it. Brian, that TV is on from the minute he gets home until he falls asleep on the couch.
Yeah.
And I know there's people, at my sister's house, the TV is on 24 hours a day. The TV's constantly on. But for me, it's just like this. I feel like it's all unnecessary. Give people 6 channels again, and that's fine.
Well, but also, these remotes now, they're voice activated. Roku remote, you hit the microphone button and you talk into it, and it brings the show up. So you don't have to type anything.
If you're already signed in, if you have that, app already, and then also grab a.
How does she get into Acorn TV or BritBox?
I have it very minimalistic for her.
Yeah.
So it's only like Netflix, Acorn, and then the DirecTV app so that she...
You have it set up like a jitterbug.
Yeah, so that it's nice and easy for her because once you add another app, she's like, where did everything go? I don't know where it's at.
Yeah. Well, even people who know what's up do that because they're always changing something. So
I also made her...
What?
So I made my own separate Roku account because I had her on mine. But then when I would add a channel, I would add on her TV too, and she'd be like, all of a sudden, I got stuff on here that I didn't know I was gonna have, and I was like, all right, we'll have it so you just have your own Roku account.
Well, also, things like Peacock, they're like bleeding money over there, so they're like, well, let's spend money on sports, and that'll bring eyeballs over to us.
Yeah.
But this Comcast bundle, their top line announcement is that the Peacock, Netflix, Apple TV bundle is going to be a vastly reduced price, was the quote.
Okay, and what is that?
I don't know. They're not saying, but it's like, don't they already charge $5 for Netflix if you want ads in it? So, because like
the cheapest Netflix is like $17.
No, you can get it now. Well, I thought that they were offering something because I was reading over in the UK or elsewhere around the world, people are flipping out because Netflix is getting rid of like that cheap tier. And so they're like, good luck, because I'm not paying any more than, $15 for this.
Okay, this doesn't say on their website. It says plans and pricing, but then it doesn't have the price.
Peacock will be the exclusive home for
with ads is $6.99.
Oh, there it is. $6.99, $15.49.
Mary knows how to use computers, and she still couldn't find it.
No, because
Grandma's going to be able to do it.
I see like the chart where it tells you what standard with ads comes with, and then I didn't scroll down enough to see where.
I'll tell you what, I don't even pay for on Netflix. I don't pay for like the Ultra 4K or whatever. They always ask like, "Hey,
oh really?"
I'm like, no, I don't care. If 1080p's fine.
Yeah.
I don't need it to be 4K on Netflix.
That's just marketing, especially if the shows aren't in 4K.
Right?
Like, what am I paying for this for if your show's not in that? But Peacock is becoming like the big NFL hub, so they're going to do that Packers-Eagles game in Brazil in September.
Yeah. Well, it's because they do Sunday Night Football, and that's like the premier game of the week.
Is that where that Brown season opener is going to be?
No, that's going to be on Fox because Tom Brady's going to be on the call, I believe.
Oh, right. It's Browns-Cowboys on September 8th.
Yeah.
Everybody's making a big deal out of Tom Brady being in there.
Yeah.
This is the thing I do feel like an old person about, where I'm like when I had to download Paramount Plus to watch the Super Bowl. When I was like, let me see the football, quit trying to take my money. Like, I get so aggravated by it. I'm like, this is so dumb. Why now in the last 2 years, we're not allowed to watch any kind of regular TV?
Well, you could have just gotten cable, too.
For $80 a month.
Right. But you could just do that and then not pay for anything else.
But do you get what I'm saying? I don't want to pay anything for any of it.
Then just get an antenna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do. That's what everybody should do.
She's going to be watching NY1 all day long.
It's fine with me.
Get all your news there, right? That's on Time Warner. That's the cable you have there, yeah?
I have no idea.
Just get Time Warner.
No, she's not going to. She doesn't want cable.
I don't really need anything. Read a book.
Mary Santora, everybody. Read a book. Reading is fundamental. She's putting the fun in fundamental.
I say just watch YouTube. Watch the Alan Cox Show on YouTube.
I have YouTube, and every morning while I eat breakfast, make and eat breakfast, I watch a slot machine video for like 15 minutes. That's it.
That's her TV.
15 to 30 minutes a day.
There you go.
And that's it. That is the amount of
You have YouTube Premium, so there's no ads?
No, I don't care about that. Because I had YouTube Premium, and it was like $80 a month. And I'm like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever paid for. Oh, then I had YouTube TV.
Premium is like $20 a month.
Mary's recording slot videos onto VHS and then just watching them later on.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
This is a good one.
Part. That's my favorite part.
Where's my Sharpie? I got to label this tape. All right, I got a break. I want to send me a text 35192 if you know how to do that. And you can listen anywhere if you know how to do that at AlanCoxShow.com.
And now, a Buzzard bookie safe bet. If you gotta be in court, always check behind the toilets for bribe money that hasn't been collected yet. And always be listening for those keywords to win $1,000. Up to 9 chances to play every weekday at 30 past the hour. Take the action from the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Brought to you by Jersey Mike's Subs.
Here's my Jersey Mike's radio idea. I'm a ninja warrior. By night, I walk unseen. By day, I'm at Jersey Mike's, where they freshly slice my sub just for me. My blade is called Shadow. Theirs is called Meat Slicer. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Charlie. You could win a backyard barbecue at your house with me, WMMS, and Circle K. Register right now at WMMS.com or come to one of my 2 Circle K events, Thursday, May 23rd from noon until 2 in Brunswick, or Wednesday, May 29th from noon until 2 in Eastlake. The ultimate backyard barbecue from Circle K. Prizes, Bud Light swag, food, and more. You invite your friends, and we bring the barbecue. Hosted by me and WMMS. Go to WMMS.com right now to register, and don't forget to join Circle K's Inner Circle.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Alt 2K. Don't wanna be an American idiot. Just search Alt 2K and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Life's better with American Family Insurance. That's because the future can be unpredictable. But no matter what's in the forecast, we'll help you feel protected so you can enjoy the dreams you've worked hard for with peace of mind. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
The celebration continues at the all-new state-of-the-art Spitzer Motor City Jeep Ram. We're celebrating our grand opening by giving you more selection. Now, shop over 400 new vehicles. Get more savings with additional Spitzer discounts, additional factory incentives on all new Jeeps and Rams during the It's the Season event, and huge trade allowances that you won't find anywhere else. Swag more, spend less during the grand opening of the all-new Spitzer Motor City Jeep Ram.
Our world revolves around you. I'm going out with the girls this weekend. Nails done, outfit stunner, and my skin, I know it's gonna be glowing because I glammed up my shower routine with new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. It smells so luxurious and moisturizes deep into my skin with its super rich, creamy lather that's bursting with vitamin B3. So my skin glows and my confidence grows. Try new Olay Indulgent Moisture.
in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 55th anniversary, bundle and save and get up to $325 off for select Goodyear tires.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Proud partner of the Cleveland Guardians.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. You want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. If you have been watching the live stream today, it is courtesy of Herbald Flicker Swip in association with our own William Squire. Guardians 2 of 3 tonight in Texas. They shut out the Rangers last night, 7-0 is the final score there. 8:05 it begins tonight on WMMS. They'll finish that off with the Rangers tomorrow night and then come home to host the Twins before the Mets pull into town next week. Cavaliers go back to Boston. Or do they come home? They go back to Boston. Getting myself confused here. Game 5, of course, the Celtics lead 3-1 in that series, but Game 5 could be the Cavs pulling it out tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. They're from Boston. Of course, the WNBA season begins tonight. And the only reason people are talking about that, of course, is because of Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever, aptly named because they are feverishly posting all things Caitlin Clark. It's like walked into the locker room in a ball gown. That's the thing now, right? Men and women's sports. You got to make an entrance.
Pre-show fit.
Yeah. And so she arrived about 15 minutes ago for her first WNBA game. The Indiana Fever are playing the Connecticut Sun tonight.
What time is the game?
7:30 tonight.
And she got there at 4:30?
Mm-hmm. No, she got there
I'm sorry, 5:30?
They're on Central Time.
Oh.
So that
but
would
still,
be...
that's like 2 hours early.
Yeah.
That's a long time. That's a lot.
Well, what's she going to do?
Well,
you mean that's early for her to show up?
Isn't it?
What do you think? She just shows up at like?
I mean, they
15
shoot
minutes before
around.
the game, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I didn't...
warm-up thing and
I guess I
meetings
didn't
before.
realize it was that long.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing like a whole. I went on Saturday when I went to the game, and I was sitting down courtside or like in those better seats.
The executive lodge?
Yeah.
The seats that lost the game.
Lounge.
Yes, the seats that lost the game, the bad luck seats. Players are down there working on certain shots or, just stretching or whatever 2 hours before the game. I mean, it's a whole thing. They don't just get there like
a comedian who gets there 8 minutes before the show
I
starts.
didn't think that, but I thought it was maybe like a half hour. You shoot around, and I'm ready. Okay.
So the team that I pay attention to is the Chicago Sky. They are not playing until tomorrow night. So 4 games tonight, 2 games tomorrow night. The New York Liberty, that's Mary's team.
My team.
Against the Washington Mystics tonight.
Boo.
Boo, Mystics. Under any other circumstance, Mary loves Mystics.
Sure.
Just not the WNBA team when they're playing her New York Liberty.
My team.
Who's your favorite player on the New York Liberty?
Oh, Shannon Weissman.
I'm sorry?
Emu.
That's the Liberty Bibberty. Yeah, you're thinking of the... Yeah. Who do you like, Mary?
Shannon Weissman.
Shannon Weissman?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't play for them. She plays for the Vegas Aces. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Shannon Weissman. Oh, what a grab. You don't like Sandy Brondello? Or Leah Edwards?
Yeah.
All right.
Elizabeth Ziegfeld.
I like how you went with Weinstein and Ziegfeld.
Weissman.
What a Weissman and Ziegfeld. Oh, God. I used to date a girl named Weissman.
How about Len Ovo? Is she still on there?
What? The watch lady?
Yeah.
Oh. The Fever and Sun, the Minnesota Lynx will play the Seattle Storm tonight, and the Phoenix Mercury will play the Las Vegas Aces. Of course, the Indiana Fever has Caitlin Clark. My Chicago Sky has Angel Reese. They were the two that came from the championship teams, or the teams that played in the championship. They were the ones that were getting the lion's share of the coverage. So the Sky will play the Dallas Wings tomorrow night, and the Atlanta Dream will play the LA Sparks. For people who, I don't know where you watch these. Probably on ESPN, right?
ESPN2,
on the Ocho.
Yeah.
They have WN. Yeah, I mean, they're getting more attention than they ever have before. So,
I can't imagine what that pressure feels like for Caitlin Clark.
Well, right. Cheryl Swoops walked so that Caitlin Clark could run. Well, what's the pressure, though? Right? I mean, I understand there's a competitive pressure, and obviously you want to come out of the gate and you want to have a good game. You want to be living up to the hype.
That's what I mean.
That's the pressure.
That's the pressure.
But in your brain, you're like, I'm getting paid either way.
Yeah,
no,
but
it isn't.
It's
Yeah,
not
it is.
that.
It's not. When you are the number one, like you're the guy or the girl, I feel like it's not about screw it, I'm going to make my money anyway. It's all these people are paying attention to me.
Yeah.
The WNBA has never had this much press before me.
Yeah, it's all on her shoulders.
I have to perform.
Yeah. Yep. They're putting all their eggs in her basket. They're trying to get better TV deals out of her. They're trying to get, better CBAs out of her and
Get 6-figure contracts.
yeah. Upper five-figure contracts would be
that's where
great.
she's at.
Yeah. But they're not all making that, I don't think. Unless that's league minimum now. But I mean,
I don't know how it all works.
These girls used to make nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty wild. Mary likes to talk about, I'd just love to win the lottery so it would solve all my problems.
Yes.
And I was reading about a guy who won $1 billion, a lottery winner who is suing his baby mama because she told his family, and he didn't want his family to know. He hit $1 billion jackpot, and he is suing his baby mama for telling his family. So now his own dad is accusing him of lying about promising to help the family. This guy wins the money. He says, here's what I'm going to do. But I'm not quite sure how this plays out, because if he's mad at the girl for telling the family, you are not the son I knew, said the winner's father, who is a retired police chief in his 70s. These are people in Portland, Maine. And he said, my son called me a dictator and an a-hole. A is short for ass, Bill.
Mm-hmm. I gotcha.
He said, get the fetch off my phone line and don't call me back. He said, I have not heard from my son since. This guy won a $1.35 billion Mega Millions, the fourth largest lottery payout in U.S. history. He wanted to remain anonymous and continues to be. He's never been identified. He bought the winning ticket at Hometown Gas and Grill in Lebanon, Maine. And he took the lump sum. After taxes, he gets about $500 million. And he filed suit against it. So that's all this family drama. Because the baby mama immediately demands some money. And so he's suing her. Now, this to me is just the height of pettiness, because you are now a $500 million. You have $500 million in the bank, and you want your baby mama to pay you 6 figures in some penalty because she told his family. He says she violated an NDA to keep the winnings under wraps until their daughter turns 18. How the hell are you going to keep $500 million quiet until 2032? Hey, listen, I won this money.
You know what? If it means you get $500 million, I'll keep it quiet.
Yeah.
But keeping it quiet means you can't buy anything. You can't change your lifestyle at all.
Not
what are you
that
going to do with
much.
that money?
That'll be fine.
Well,
What would you do with that money?
She says he told his own family, and so he's lying. But it has immediately caused all these problems.
But it solves problems.
It's because he's being a jerk about it. He never had to tell his baby mama. Why did he tell her in the first place?
Well, he probably owes her money. I mean,
Well,
but
that's
again,
his own fault.
Yeah, well,
The child support goes up a bunch. The next month, how much why did I get $300 million?
but I don't understand why he's mad at her for talking to his family when he says that the mistake he made was telling his dad without having him sign a confidentiality agreement. Imagine you're a regular dude in Portland, Maine, who's pulled off, probably on the way to work. You get a scratcher or whatever, a lot of, Mega Millions at the Gas and Grill on your way in, and you win. You hit $1.3 billion. You take half of that home after taxes, and you're immediately thrust into all kinds of problems with your family. Now you have to
tell them.
But how are you not going to do that? Because you're going to buy stuff. You're going to buy a new house. You're going to buy a Ferrari. Whatever these dudes do up there in Portland, Maine, if they had that much money.
Right, but if you know your family is that problematic, don't tell them. And when they call and say, why do you have a Ferrari? Don't answer the phone. You very clearly have no problem cutting your family off.
Yeah, but you're going to, the baby, you share a child with this other woman. She knows your family. And that's kind of what seems to be the crux of this whole thing, is that everybody's talking to everybody else. This guy didn't want anybody talking to anybody. But it sounds like the problems, it wasn't sound like it was a family that already had problems, and then this guy fell ass backwards into a ton of money. His dad's a retired cop. He's 70. I mean, I don't know what this guy's complaining about. He's not long for this world in the first place. And so the dad is like, my son told me about it. He said that he just told me he won, but that his family members are misleading each other. And
well, here's my thing.
There's a movie called Greed that explains how this all goes down.
Is that Ben Stiller?
No, that is Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox, okay.
My family is dramatic, poor hillbillies, okay? And like I said, if I won $600 million, I'd say, hey, guys, here, all your debts are paid. Everything.
Would they be dramatic if they were rich?
But that's what I'm saying. I'm going to pay off all your debts. Nobody has any debt.
Right.
Your kids are set up for the rest of their lives. Don't talk to me again. Not even don't talk to me again. Don't ever bring up money to me again. I just cleared your whole life. Maybe I'll throw in $250,000. Maybe I'll give you each $1 million. Maybe I'll give you each $10 million. I don't want to hear one word out of your mouth ever about money problems until the day that I die.
Right.
And if you do, I don't have to talk to you again. You have $600 million.
Yeah.
I can't be, it can't be naive to think that that amount of money, you can make whatever you want to happen, you can make happen.
Yeah, you have complete freedom.
Like, and I even mean like, you never have to speak to another person again.
Right.
If you don't like these people, with $600 million, you have the ability to cut them out of your life forever.
Well, especially since this sounds like the dad is just mad because the kid told him he was going to give him a bunch of money, and now he says he's not gonna.
Right.
Well, that bummed me out, too.
Well, yeah.
I'd be bummed.
That would really
I'd be like,
suck.
Hey, I wanted that money.
Yes. Yeah, that would really suck.
I really wanted that money.
So he's mad that his parents are talking to the baby mama because he doesn't like her. She's an ER nurse. He wants nothing to do with her other than the fact that they share a kid. So he's mad that the parents and her are talking. But the guy's like, this is our grandchild. Like, we want to have a good relationship, you know? But that, even people who haven't won the lottery, that can cause problems. When, like, your parents are still talking to the ex. Like, my mom and my sister still talk to my ex-wife a lot. And I'm like, I don't talk to you guys that much. So what's going on here? And listen, they're
like just friendly chats, like
I
call
guess
on the phone?
I don't know. I'll just hear things like, oh, so I'm like, what? So yeah, that's weird. I'm like, listen, it's, our children are their grandchildren.
I heard they're the future.
Our children are the future. And the past, quite frankly.
Oh.
Our children are literally the past. I shot them out of me.
Ew.
Mary, do I need to explain to you how things work? Are you sure?
I bet you're shooting.
Are you positive?
Pretty positive.
I would be happy to explain it to you.
Alan Cox. Super sperm.
Gross.
So, yeah. And then the I'm surprised nobody has coined the phrase wealth therapy, so I'll do it. But the thing, I was watching a thing this morning where they were talking about therapists are starting to speak out about the problems that rich people face.
Whoa.
That wealth can be very isolating, and that most people will dismiss rich people's mental health, but they're still humans. It's like,
I do.
Yeah, I think they're not dismissing their mental health. They're dismissing their barriers to entry to get help for mental health issues.
Right.
There are none for rich
What,
people.
You can't afford therapy? Is that what it is? You can't afford
They
to
can
go
afford
see?
anything.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
That's
of
why
course.
people get mad, where it's like, oh, it's not like you don't have insurance. And even if you don't have insurance, it's not like you can't afford $400 an hour.
So they talk to therapists. While wealth can bring with it some unconventional problems, most other problems that the rich face may not be as strange as we think. And they talk about, yeah, okay, rich people have problems like one person was denied an invite-only Ferrari.
Oh,
and
that's-
another
what a
person
slight.
accidentally destroyed a bunch of coral reefs with a 300-foot yacht. Yeah, those are problems, but you can afford to handle them.
This is infuriating.
If you're having yacht problems, I feel bad for you, son.
Got it, $99 million.
But a quid ain't one.
$9.
No, what? I bet he can hear me, yeah? Yeah.
9 bloody quid.
Yep. So, yeah, they've got problems, too. Like you run over some coral reefs.
Yeah. Yeah, be careful with them. Is that really his fault? Wasn't that he's got a captain driving the boat?
I mean, you'd certainly think so.
Yeah.
You would certainly think so.
Gotta look out for those coral reefs.
They said that the 1% live in such a rarefied place in the world. Very few people share their reality.
Mm-hmm.
And they never know what people really want them for. Do people like them for them?
Probably not.
I can understand that.
Of course.
Where it's like you're not, you
Paranoia
feel
and
insecure.
distrust.
Mhm. You feel insecure in any new friendships or relationships. I understand that. I'll give him that one.
A distorted sense of purpose. There's a difference between people who earned their wealth compared to people who inherited it. How about that? But again, Mary wants to find out. She wants to do her own research on this subject.
I would also like to.
If you haven't got problems, I feel bad for your son.
I got a break here if you want to.
99 problems and a bitch ain't one.
You want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192. Guardians baseball tonight, 8:05 against the Texas Rangers down in Dallas.
Tip my hat to the sun in the west. Feel the beat right in my chest. At the crossroads a second time. Make the devil change his mind. It's a pound of flesh, but it's really a ton. 99 problems and a bitch ain't one. If you haven't got problems, I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one. 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Hall of Famer Eric Dickerson. Here's what's